Hello, everybody. Welcome to this evening's negotiation session here at the Ed Center, Jcea. My name is Michelle Malis. I am a Spanish teacher at Green Mountain High School and also the Jcea bargaining chair. I'm kind of going to be doing some things a little bit out of order tonight. At the very end, I'll go through our agenda for this evening. But normally we start with our name, introduce who you are, what you do at the district, any time constraints or elephants, and then we're going to answer a short question, which I'll present in just a moment. But I don't have any time constraints, but I am going to start this evening. I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege to point out that there is an elephant, a huge elephant in the room that we need to acknowledge before we jump into our important work together this evening. I want to begin by saying that thus far, Jcea is very pleased that we're making good progress at the table. This is not something I would have been able to say in the past. So we've had a big lift this year with the entire contract up for negotiation. And I want to commend the district team, our Jcea article bargainers, and our Jcea bargaining team for coming to the table each week prepared and ready to have fierce conversations, problem solve, and to return language. But I have to acknowledge that our sister union, JESPA, has not had the same experience that we have had. They found themselves unable to move forward and left with little option but to declare impasse last night. This is distressing and disappointing because these are the people who drive our students to school and games, serve them lunches, help educate students in the classroom, and they keep our schools both safe and clean. If our strength is our people, then our actions should show that we value all people, from the Ed Center C-suite to the bus barn. Quite frankly, this district would grind to a halt without our JESPA folks, and they are beloved members of our school community. Jcea stands in solidarity with JESPA. I'm wearing my JESPA red tonight, so we urge the district to come back to the table to engage in collaborative problem solving and to bargain in good faith. We urge the district to rethink its decision to hire a union-busting attorney with our taxpayer dollars and who is creating more harm than good. We urge the district to consider what it must be like to work hard all month and then have to pay the district for the pleasure of unaffordable health care. We urge the district to problem solve with JESPA when they raise concerns about unsafe staffing levels. We urge the district to respect the joint MOU that created the BAC and the recommendations. They gave a unanimous approval for a percentage system that was simply ignored. Once again, the can was kicked down the road after we were assured it wouldn't be this year, but this has become standard operating procedure. If our strength is our people, we urge the district to back that up with action. Without action, they're just pretty words. My hope is that we can all move forward together to rebuild this district into the premier district it once was. But we can't do that if we can't work together and communicate. And we here at this table also need to continue our work and do our part. We set a goal for us to complete our negotiations by May 4th, and we still have a lot on the table to work through. As we head into these last 3 to 4 negotiation sessions, we must be mindful that when we get down to the nitty-gritty, it can be emotionally draining. Assuming positive intent and not taking things personally can be very challenging. We need to remember that we are hard on issues and soft on people. And if we can listen to each other and come to the table prepared to solve a problem, we can get this done. It is our responsibility to ensure that the people have the time and resources to create exceptional student experiences, and that the money we invested in new educators isn't lost to other districts or other professions. Let's stay focused on the hard work ahead and be ever mindful of seeing each other as people who care about this district and our students first and foremost. And we look forward to JESPA and the district settling their contract. So thank you for giving me that moment of personal privilege. So that's the elephant that I had. And as we begin our session going around, we're going to go to the left. We have a lot on the table. We're engaging in some last minute shuffling of the schedule, depending on when stuff is going to be ready, et cetera, what makes the most sense. So thank you for being patient with us. As we move through tonight's agenda, I'll go over that, what I think is the agenda at the end. But to get us moving quickly, I'm going to ask a question. Just requires a simple answer. If anybody watches Stephen Colbert, he does something called the Colbert Questionnaire. And one of those questions, I think, relates to our dinner tonight. We're going to be having sandwiches. So my question for you is, what is the best sandwich? So I'll go first. I mean, obviously grilled cheese. All right.
My name is Beth Grabois, Director of Math and Science. No elephants or time constraints, and I second grilled cheese.
Lisa Elliott, Jcea staff, no time constraints, no elephants. Before I became a vegan, I would say it was the avocado turkey sandwich at Panera's on sourdough bread.
Caroline Frazee, Principal at Varvetta High School. No time constraints, no elephants, also grilled cheese.
Steve Landergan, Employee Relations, no time constraints, and I really enjoy a steak and cheese.
Dale Munholland, JCA Vice President and Social Studies Teacher at Pomona High School. No elephants, no time constraints. Favorite is pulled pork.
Anthea Justice, Learning Specialist at Ryan Elementary, JCA Bargaining Team, no time constraints, no elephants. I'm not a sandwich person, but I would say there's this deli by my grandparents' house when we lived in California, and it had like the best Reubens, and so that's something from childhood that I did enjoy.
Kendra Geis from Swanson Elementary, no time constraints. My elephant is that green is the new blue because I was with my 4th and 5th graders today down at the Rockies game for STEM Day, so it came from there. And I'm not copying you, Anthea. My favorite sandwich truly is a good Reuben sandwich on dark rye bread. Mm-hmm.
Is it on? Oh. Michelle DeAndre Austin, Principal at Bell Middle School. No time constraints, no elephants, and I would say peanut butter, honey, and banana.
Jennifer Kimpson, I'm Director in Human Resources, no time constraints, no elephants. I'm going to say a patty melt. It's my favorite.
Rob Cassidy. I'm a science teacher at Stanley Lake High School. I think in terms of elephants, I'll just mirror what Michelle says, especially being with Xander, co-chair of the BAC committee. In terms of sandwich, we have at home a sandwich that basically if you take everything that's like bad for you and put it together and make it into one sandwich, we call it the heart attack sandwich. It's really good.
Stephanie Jones, JCA Bargaining Team. No elephants, no time constraints. Favorite sandwich is I love an adult grilled cheese with tomato and green chili.
Maria Messer, Executive Director of Special Education, and I'm going to go with a BLTA.
Good evening, Mike Freeman, Community Superintendent. I would just have a counter elephant, which would be, and an affirmation, which would be affirming just the great work that our JESPA folks do. I know I can speak for all the principals and our departments that, yeah, you're right. I think our JESPA employees are invaluable. And I would say that I think from a district perspective, Tracy has said the same thing. To quote her from her email today, she said it's important that our JESPA employees know that we value our education support professionals and the tremendous contributions they bring to Jeffco schools and students every day. We remain committed to working collaboratively with JESPA to honor our education support professionals by prioritizing increases in compensation and health benefit contributions for employees within our available resources in the 2024 school year. So that full email came out today at 4 o'clock. And I think it's just important to also put that voice in the room. Oh, favorite sandwich. Again, coming to consensus, cheese sandwich.
Just plain cheese, not grilled cheese?
Oh, yes.
The grilled cheese. Okay.
Grilled cheese. Extra Irish butter on it. Yeah, it makes it really good.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amanda Perazio, and I am the Associate Chief of Schools. Thank you to Michelle for the words that you shared this evening. truly appreciated, and Mike as well for echoing that which was said. We do value you here at the table. We value all of our employees, and so we do appreciate that statement of value and standing strong with with each other. And so I have no elephants. I have no time constraints. And my favorite sandwich is a Philly cheesesteak. And Richard just joined us.
Richard Sanchez, sixth grade social studies teacher, Bell Middle School. My only time constraint was that I had my Sparks Summer Enrichment Program meeting that I just got back from, and there's no elephants. I'm guessing favorite sandwich? Peanut butter and jelly.
All right. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for being here with us this evening. As I had mentioned earlier, I'm going to go over the agenda, but it's an agenda with flexibility. For sure, we're going to be starting with Article 17. It's the JCA Bravo and Appendix A. We have added just a couple lines of language to that. And then at the directly after that, the Appendix B, that's the coach activity stipend schedule and language. And I'm going to have a couple of guests that may be coming to speak if they can get here. One is at a coach running practice. Another one is I got a bunch of people getting ready for a big DECA event this weekend. And so kind of remains to be seen. But hopefully they can join us here in a little bit to share some insight to some of these language changes. After that, it looks like we will either be floating into, and I hope this is okay, either 8 and 5 or 26, depending on who's here to speak, because we got people coming for both, and I had told them after dinner. And so if none of those people are here and ready, then we are going to, so 26 is special education language, and then 8 is case-size class load, 5 is time. Those might be bumped, and we're going to do 16, 15, and 12. And so variances, temporary contracts, and hiring displacement. I don't remember the full title, but Article 12.
And just so everyone knows in the room why we are asking to move compensation, because you're presenting information on Article 17 and Appendix B, we would like some time potentially during our dinner break to consume what you will present to us, so that if there is room and ability within our compensation proposal to potentially modify and consider your proposals, then we would like the opportunity to do that. So we'd like to present our next compensation proposal toward the end of this evening.
So you got to stay tuned all the way till the end. 8:50 is when we're going to present. So we're going to end the evening with the district counter proposal on compensation. So that is our rough agenda, again, with flexibility, as people show up and can join us at the table. So to begin this evening, I'm going to be turning it over to Lisa here in a moment, and she's going to be walking us through some changes in Article 17, although some of us may jump in to, make comments about, the discussions that happened and the why behind it. And I believe Rob will be presenting the changes to Appendix A, and then also Lisa will be presenting Appendix B, which is language and schedule, and we're going to have some speakers that join us at the table for that. Okay. So at this time, we're down a person. We got a few people out, and one of those people is our main document mover. So maybe what we could do is, as Lisa moves it into the joint folder for language, it might not be linked to the agenda right away. We'll try to get it there, but she'll move it there first and then present. So yes. Then you can link it. Perfect. So if you just move it. Joint red line folder. Yes. And then if you could, that would be great. Thank you so much for your team effort. Lisa's our IT department. Yikes.
I need microphone. This is not the salary schedule with changes to the numbers. All we're doing right here is saying that we're just adding something here that says specification for the lanes of movement to other lanes is found in 17.6 as a cross-reference, because as you're going to see in Article 17 in a minute, we want to leave all that stuff about lane movement in Article 17 because people are just really used to it being there, and we think that's best. So that
Lisa, if you're doing that, Lisa, also do the Appendix A CTE.
Not sure I know what you're talking about.
Well, there's an Appendix A, but there's a second page.
Oh, the CTE part?
CTE.
Okay, I'll have to get to that in a minute because I don't.
Okay, because I thought I was doing this, but you can. It's fine.
Okay, all right. And then I was going to go to 17, but wait a minute. Make sure I have 17 up. Okay.
That was okay, but we need the CTE.
I wish we were in Zoom. I'd be faster. All right. Can you see 17? All right. Okay, here we go. So 17-1, there's language that says must be negotiated annually. We just said unless otherwise agreed to by the parties, because we have talked off and on about maybe doing a 2-year salary agreement so that we can skip a year of bargaining. Woohoo! And then we're current language in here. This part, the district suggested it be moved to an appendix. We would prefer that it stay here. So we put it back to black for current language. We've added a section on guest teacher pay. We understand that guest teachers are not covered by this agreement, but because the lack of guest teachers is so burdensome to educators across the district, we would like to suggest that we improve that pay. Guest teachers will be paid at a rate no lower than 110% of the Metro Denver average guest teacher pay. The pay will be adjusted by September 1st each year. We realize you've got to figure that out. So we thought September 1st was a reasonable date. 17.8, let me explain this. People working less than 0.5 are also not covered by this agreement. However, we are also learning that in some cases, people are working, say, a 0.3 or a 0.4, and they just it's kind of the wild, wild west out there about what a building agrees to pay them. And so we would like to suggest that educators working less than part-time, which is 0.5, so that would be anybody working 0.4 or less, will be paid an hourly rate commensurate with the educator's salary schedule on the step and level they would be eligible for if full-time. No other provisions of this agreement will apply to less than part-time educators. And this is just to bring us in line with the fact that we don't let individual people negotiate their own salary, but that's what's happening with people that are less than 0.5. The CTE stuff was suggested by the district that it be moved to an appendix. Again, we would prefer to leave it here. We know it's pretty long and wordy, and most people don't look at it because it only applies to CTE folks, but we still would like to leave it there. This is just some renumbering that was done. Okay, educator additional pay. There were some changes by the district, and I think we agree with you on what we mean, but so we're trying to make sure the language says what we think both parties believe it to be. Secondary teachers who agree to teach a 6th academic class beyond 5 sections will be paid additional salary equal to 1/6. And we added for the period of time they are teaching the 6th class. And the reason we were trying to help with what we think you were getting at. So, for example, it's October 15th, and one of the math teachers in the high school resigned suddenly, and 5 of the math teachers left in that department have to pick up an extra class because we can't find another math teacher. So they would be paid the 1/6 starting when they started teaching that class. And I think we're all on the same page. We're just trying to get the right words in it to make sure we all understand it. 1794, this is the hourly rate. We have increased this recently, and this is our suggestion. It is now going to be $30 an hour. This amount will increase by $2 an hour each year until it reaches the hourly rate for Step 1, Level 1, which is annual salary divided by 185 days divided by 8 hours. Then it will be maintained at the hourly rate for Step 1, Level 1. This falls in line, and we're very close to that. That $30 is very close to the hourly rate. This falls in line with other parts of the contract that we've pegged to the salary schedule, so we don't have to renegotiate it, but it just kind of keeps up with inflation as we go along. Because for years we didn't touch this and it really lagged behind, so we want it to just kind of go up just a little bit and keep up. 1796. We understand what you were trying to say here with sporadically, but the word was problematic for us because I'm not quite sure how that would be interpreted in various buildings around the district. So we struck the word sporadically, and then we said, if an educator is out long enough to justify a long-term guest teacher, the pay will convert to 1/6 pay. In other words, a sub is gone, people are covering for 1 day, 2 days, maybe even 3 days. And that's at the 20% of the substitute pay. It only converts to 1/6 pay when it's long-term, someone's left, and in this case, we thought long enough to justify a long-term guest teacher. And I can't tell you what that is, but I know the sub-office, there's a time frame for that. Right, Jennifer? Yeah. Annual stipends. This section, we're adding some things, but I also cleaned up the language a little bit because when I looked at it, I realized it needed it. So this first part says, the following certifications and licenses that align with the job responsibilities of the educator. In other words, if I have a certification that has nothing to do with my job, I don't get paid extra for it. Will be paid an additional stipend of 3% of Step 1, Level 1. Educators will be paid for each stipend that applies to them. Obviously, the ones in black are current language. We added licensed social worker because we got calls from social workers saying, how come licensed psychologists with a DORA license get paid extra and I don't? So we said, okay. So that's why that's in there. We've added registered nurse and to just reiterate the logic behind paying people with DORA licenses an extra stipend. These people can use their DORA license in other industries, and most of them could walk out the door today and make more money tomorrow. So we'd like to keep them.
Can I interrupt real quick? I'm hearing that this document is not showing on the live stream. Thank you.
Okay, and then, I'm sorry. This K part should be moved down into 1798. That's my fault. I will fix that. So K here belongs under 1798. 1798 is for educators who work in the following job assignments. These are not special licenses, they're special jobs. Will receive additional pay as described below for every situation that applies to them. So back up to K, which I will move. Visually impaired and certified orientation and mobility specialists will be paid as 1.3 FTE annually in recognition of providers' dual certification and provider as both the teacher of children with visual impairments and certified orientation and mobility specialist. These people have kind of two jobs they're doing at once. Many other districts pay these people extra because they have to maintain these extra licenses. And in terms of costs, there are only 4 of them in the district. And I would also like to say, while I'm talking about this group, while we've been working with them, found out that they come in 10 days early every year. because they have to teach their visually impaired students how to navigate their school, and they're not paid for that. So just kind of bringing that up as something that shouldn't happen. We're suggesting under C here that special education educators and providers get a stipend of 2% of their annual pay, and that dual language teachers will receive a stipend of 2%. And the JCA bargaining chair will receive a stipend equivalent to 20% of their annual salary or be provided release time equivalent to 0.2 of a full-time FTE. And I would like to speak to that. I've been bargaining now for 20 years. As everybody at this table knows, it's a lot of work. And I have seen our bargaining chair this year on the edge many times. And so we believe it is in the district's best interest to help JCEA having good bargaining chairs who help us move the work forward, keep us organized and doing the work well, and provide them either some extra pay so they can, pay somebody to clean their house on the weekend, or some time off, because it is a very, very heavy lift for our bargaining chair. So I just want to talk about the rationale behind that. I also want to mention that up in 1798, I just want to remind everyone that it says will receive additional pay as described for every situation that applies to them, because we already have a Title I stipend, and the dual language teachers, that stipend would be in addition to their title stipend. Most dual language teachers, if not all, are in title schools. We know that they are very hard to find, and so we believe it's in the district's best interest to pay them a stipend so we can keep them when we find them. Under nurse coverage, we had some language in here about health aid coverage. We thought it would be cleaner to just say nurse coverage, see Article 25, so that it's in 17 for people to, if they're looking for it there, but then cross-reference it to 25. And then we crossed out what was already in here, and that's it. No questions.
Amanda?
Thank you, and thank you, Lisa. Quick question. This is just a random extra word that I just noticed is in here. The word "the." Are you okay with us simply deleting that up in the 17.812-122? It says in the which the education
17.8.122. 8.122. Hang on, let me get there. I'm going through all this. 17.8.
Looks like it might have been a typo last year. It says in the which.
17.8.122. Yes.
Thank you. I'm just going to switch it.
Just fix it right then and there.
Actually, I'm going to leave it the just in case it is in the current.
Oh, okay, and then cross it out. Okay,
so that Jennifer can fix it. Jennifer Christensen, not that Jennifer. I had another question, and I forgot what it was.
I can't get it to cross off for some reason.
Well, that's okay. I crossed it.
Okay, great.
Do you by chance know what the average guest teacher rate is in the metro area?
The average what?
Guest teacher rate is currently? I know we can get
I do not. I do know that we pay less than many districts, but Jennifer Kimson may know better than I.
I have all the data of our comparison districts, so I don't have the average, but I have all of the pay rates.
I will say that we were doing better now than we used to in terms of our comparable guest teacher pay.
Here's my other question. So the 1/6 per diem for teaching an extra class, are there any high schools still or middle schools that teach 6 out of 8 instead of 5 out of 7? Because I wonder if ever they might be teaching a 7th class rather than a 6th class.
I don't believe so. I think I think the standard across the district is 5. I think what varies is whether it's a 6-period day or a 7-period day, when it's block schedule, they may have 8 periods, but they usually, and people at the table here can correct me, but usually one of those is like a advisement, get help from your teacher time, whatever they call it at that school.
Okay.
Yeah, we have an 8-period day and a modified block. So there's block 2 days of the week. But we do have a duty one of those periods where, I'm meeting with kids and they can come into the science lab and I get help.
You're teaching content 5 out of the 8.
Each content 5.
Okay.
I have one where I spend, the time with students who come in for help in science. And then there is also an advisement in addition to that.
I just wanted to make sure we were being inclusive of all schedules, and if we needed to say 6th or 7th.
I believe the contract says somewhere in there that high school teachers will only teach 5. The standard load is 5 because we fought pretty hard for that last year.
Yeah, and that's in 8.
Got it. Okay. So my only other question, and this is just because of another practice already in place, is JCEA, so your president receives a salary and a stipend that is then reimbursed. The district doesn't pay the stipend. We've been talking about that in Article 3. Is there, I'm assuming not, but is there a plan for JCEA to reimburse the district for the 20% for the JCEA bargaining chair, or is the intent for the district to pay that full 20%?
The intent is for the district to pick that up because we believe it's our mutual interest to have a good bargaining chair that does a good job.
Thank you.
As Michelle is.
Hey, Lisa, can you clarify, and I will move the K, visually impaired and certified orientation and mobility specialist, that's supposed to go under 1798. Is it like item F?
I moved it on my copy. Let me refresh that.
Let me refresh and see.
I moved it down where it should have been, and it was E, I believe. And if there are any questions, I think some of those people are here tonight. I think, or they're going to be here later, maybe. But anyway, if they're here later, I know that if any of you have questions for them about what they do, because there are only 4 of them in the district, they have a very specialized job.
It doesn't, when I refresh it on the article that I linked in the agenda, or
you know what?
It doesn't. So is it okay if I just move it and it'll be F?
So I think what I was doing was sharing the copy that was in my folder, not the joint folder, because, I'm so good at IT. So yeah, if you want to fix that, Jennifer, I trust you.
Okay, I'm just making sure I didn't want to do it without F.
No, go right ahead.
Rob indicated that there was a second page. Are there any changes in that second page?
A little bit.
Okay.
Just tiny.
Okay, now let me.
So Lisa, what I did is I put it in our red lines for transfer folder in our folder. So you could even move that up and also maybe share it. And that's where it's at.
I have to find it.
So look, red lines
there's
for
2
transfer,
pages
it should say.
Let me refresh.
There's 2 pages to Appendix A. And when you made your comment, it was actually after the second page. You left the first page blank and then had...
Appendix A, CTE salary schedule?
Yeah. And there's a little bit at the bottom there.
All right. I can share, and then we can move it. Why do I have 2 of these? Okay, did that work? Can everybody see that?
Okay, and so what we did here was to kind of go with the intent of what the district in their proposal had put, basically the language for 17.6 in Appendix A. And we felt that that's some of the most important language in the contract, and we felt it shouldn't be an appendix, it should be in the main contract. Same thing here, this is now Appendix, the CTE part of Appendix A, and that language is in 17.8. So we just attached a statement saying specifications for the lanes and movement to other lanes is found in 17.8. That way, if you're looking at either the just general salary schedule or the CTE salary schedule, you can see at the bottom reference to where you would refer to see, oh, how do I get from lane 1 to lane 3 or whatever, just to make cross-reference it and just make it easier for people to find what they're looking for. We then also did integrate our proposal from last week into the language there and struck your 3% and put 9%, and 57,361 would be the starting salary. And then we added lane 6. We will see an additional 2% salary increase to make uniform 4% intervals between the lanes. And that did remind me, I did have a slight elephant, which I did email, I believe, Amanda about, and Michelle and Brooke, I think, as well. But in my presentation, or that I gave, in the presentation that Jcea gave last week, we did have a typo in that we did not include the additional 2% on the very last page, the chart with just projected salaries. So the top salary under the Jcea proposal would actually be somewhere just above $117,000, which was about $2,000 more than what we had projected. And that was an oversight on my part. I'll take the blame for that. I didn't add in the 2%.
It was a lot of numbers. There were a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot of numbers. I added the 9%, but I did not put the additional 2%. So I did want to, I was meaning to say that with elephants, but I forgot that was an error on my part. So our salary schedule will hopefully make us more competitive in the Denver area. So I think that wraps up basically this. I did put a note on there. The remainder of what the district alpha had was moved back to 17.6 and 17.8. Just to note that I didn't want to put 6,000 lines of strikeout. I thought it was more elegant just to put a little box there.
And I think I just moved this successfully to the red line folder.
I was just going to ask. I couldn't find it.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other questions, clarifications?
Just one quick question. We had already agreed last year to move the hourly rate to 30, correct? I was looking back.
Okay. 30 is for this coming year.
Right now it's 28. Next year we were already moving to 30.
And then, so our idea would be that for 25, 26, gosh, can't believe I'm saying those numbers.
Right.
I will be gone. It'll be your problem. For 25, 26, it will be adjusted upward to stay in line with step 1, level 1 hourly rate.
Thank you.
Richard?
Yeah, I just had a quick request. Is it possible for us to get that big monitor moved over here? I don't know what that work would look like when we're doing like our compensation proposal for our members to see better. If that's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Richard. And
I'm still not finding, Lisa, Appendix A or the Appendix A1 CTE items in the red line folder.
I thought I put them in the red lines folder. Okay, hang on. My computer.
I think it is at the bottom of the list of all the articles, Jennifer.
Oh, not in the Article 17 folder.
Yeah, I think I didn't get that in the right place. My bad. I'm trying to make a new folder here for Appendix B because that's the coach and activity. And that's what we're doing next.
Is there a regular Appendix A and Appendix A1 CTE? Is there two?
Well, Appendix A is the regular teacher salary schedule. Okay. Appendix A1 or whatever, however it's labeled, is just the CTE salary schedule.
Thank you.
So Jennifer, were you looking for the CTE appendix? It's at the very bottom underneath. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it looks like that's in the Article 17 folder. Lisa, do you need help?
Do I need help? I always need help. Okay, I think I'm gonna move. Wait a minute.
While she's doing that, I'm just going to make a quick announcement. So I have gotten some information here that apparently there was a field trip to Coors Field today, which Kendra was on, and the person bringing our food tonight is waiting for the buses at Coors Field to show up. And so our dinner may be late. She will give me an ETA of when it's coming, but they are waiting there at this time. So just FYI, we might need to move forward with the agenda and move dinner back. So just as a heads up. And then, so if you have snacks, I guess break them out. And while Lisa's moving some,
I'm ready.
She's ready.
It's not linked in the agenda. Someone else needs to do that, but I'm ready.
Appendix B, coach activity stipend.
I am ready for that.
Schedule and language. So,
why don't we just wait and see when we have questions, we may need them. How about that?
Okay.
All right, I'm ready to share. Okay. All right, here we go. And I think, should I make this smaller or just move my mouse? I think I will. Okay, I think I will just move my mouse because I don't want to make it too small. The stipend schedule over here is what was presented by the district team, and we did not change that. Okay. What we did do, though, is we have some changes to the schedule assignments over here, and then we have some language that we want to put at the end of this chart about the way this all works. All right. So, oh, and by the way, flag football was approved by Jcea, I saw in the paper, so or online on my phone for the Denver Post. Okay, in section 4, we've moved swimming and tennis, right?
Yeah, we've moved them up, and actually, I do have
cross
a guest
country.
that's here to discuss that, the reason why for that. So at this time, I would like to invite Tim Campbell to come down to the end of the table there. There's a mic. I think you can turn it on either at the bottom or the side. And I'm gonna have Tim speak to why we're moving those, because he coaches. I guess it's teaching, coaches those. And so if you want to grab the mic, and you do need it so that it goes through the live stream.
Don't need microphones. So thank you for all having me. I cannot tell you how much we appreciate the work all of you do. I know you guys don't hear it all the time, but thank you for everything that you do. We really appreciate it, and you make Jeffco run, and that's not taken for granted, all of you. So thank you for that. I have the distinct pleasure of working a couple doors down from Michelle Malis. And so unfortunately she gets to hear from me a lot. And I can tell you that I have also talked to Patrick. I know Patrick's right here too. And I am so thankful that the district has come forward and said, we feel like coaches deserve to be paid more, and not just coaches, other activities. I can only speak to coaching. We are so thankful. We are grateful. We appreciate the work that goes in, the thought process behind that. When the schedule came out, what we did is, I actually happen to be in a household that I am a little bit of a background. I am a head boys golf coach. I'm the head girls swim coach, and I'm the assistant boys swim coach. I also, as head coach, have 2 assistant coaches working under me in both golf and swimming. And so when the numbers came out, I had my coaches look and I said, hey, we're finally going to get a pay increase. And head coaches do. Head coaches get a very, very nice pay increase. Unfortunately, when swimming and the reason tennis and cross country are up there as well is talking to those people as well. We were down at level 3. We got moved to level 3, and when that happened, assistant coaches in swimming were actually going to take a pay cut, and that didn't feel very good. And I know it wasn't the intention of, you don't put out a pay scale to pay people more and then actually have them take a step back. And I recognize that, and there is no ill will. I think I had a very good conversation with Patrick. I think he would echo that, I think. But yeah, I know. He's right behind me. And it wasn't mean-spirited or anything. It just simply was looking for clarification. And when the clarification came out, I understood exactly why. But I can tell you that as a swim coach, as both a head coach and an assistant coach, the work that we do, I also have been around for quite some time. I've been a assistant softball coach, soccer coach, football coach. I've done a lot, and I can tell you unequivocally that swimming is every bit as challenging as any sport that we have. And even though we don't necessarily have a dedicated JV swim team, the two coaches Green Mountain Girls Swim and Dive this year attracted 36 swimmers. I believe that's right. I believe that we are, if not the second biggest female program in Jeffco. I know that we are up there in girls swim and dive. I basically when I went to Michelle's, I said a simple move from level 3 to level 4 would ensure that all assistant coaches would also receive a pay increase as well. The reason tennis came about is a door down from me is a 25-year veteran tennis coach. And when he started looking at it, he recognized that tennis assistant coaches were also going to lose money on this pay scale. Now, I recognize that this pay scale, and talking to Patrick, that it has a chance to increase along with compensation. So if you all approve a 9% pay increase, where's the snaps here? Yeah, thank you. When? No self-interest there. But my wife's a teacher too. So depending on whatever pay increase we all agree to, that would also go to this as well. But in the best case scenario, even with a 10% pay increase, a swim coach would be flat, would not make any money. They wouldn't lose money, but then again, that doesn't feel very good either in the spirit of this discussion. And so we had a big swim meet this weekend. I got to talk to a lot of coaches. And to be fair, I think a lot of coaches right now are not paying attention to this because either they're in season or they're not in season. We just happen to listen to these discussions all the time because, well, we're both educators, we're both coaches, and we want to support you guys as much as we can. And so when those numbers came up, some red flags went up. Once again, not to be redundant, we're not here pointing fingers. I'm not here in a mean-spirited way. I think this is a great solution, especially for those that move up. And honestly, you may hear from, and I coach golf. When I was talking to Michelle, I didn't ask to move golf assistant coaches up in pay because I recognize the work is a little bit different and the number is a little bit different and the hours commitment is a little bit different. And so I want you to know it wasn't just more money. It was, I think that these guys really do deserve it. And just so you all know, when I did talk to the swim coaches, we had a big Jeffco Invitational this weekend. There were some people that were like, well, they weren't very happy. And I was able to talk them down and say, hey, this is an ongoing discussion. So I think this is a good solution for everybody. And to be really fair, like I said, as somebody that has soccer assistant coaching, softball assistant coaching, and football assistant coaching, I can't differentiate between the four. Like I couldn't tell you why swimming is a little bit easier and why I should be paid a little bit less. That doesn't exist. So.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, of course.
And we do have a hold harmless provision in here so that if we've missed any of this kind of thing, as well as we have some language you're going to see in a minute suggesting that the committee that was brought together this year, that type of committee, continues into the future, and that this chart is reviewed periodically because, things change, sports change, workloads change. So.
No, absolutely. And we heard the hold harmless, and we recognize that. My wife actually had the not unfortunate, she was one of those that got leapfrogged. But she trusted the process, and you guys made it right with her. And that's another reason why I'm not up here in anger. I'm just up here to inform you all. At least swim coaches and tennis coaches would not receive quite the pay increase, at least at the head coach.
And the other point you're making is that their the amount of work that they do is commensurate with the other assistant coaches in Section 4.
Absolutely.
That I think is the central thing that needs to be said.
I actually just came here from swim practice, and there you go. So.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I think that'll do.
Hey, one more time. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Thank you.
It was, did who have a question? Oh, I'm sorry, Steve. Sorry.
It's all right. All good. Thank you. Tim, thank you for being up here.
Of course.
With your experience, I just have a couple of quick questions. One, diving coach is in the same as an assistant. That's considered an assistant coach for the diving program under the umbrella of the entire swim program. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
And as a golf head coach and an assistant swimming coach, how do you feel that these would be paid at the same?
As well, I mean, once again, to be very fair, sometimes assistant coaches do a lot of work, and I think I did notice that golf head coach was level 4 as well. Without trying to anger any of the golf coaches, I know, and there are huge programs, by the way, in this district. I think Ralston Valley had over 50 golfers come out for their team. So they're massive. I do believe that I'm not against moving all head coaching pay up, but I didn't want to come. When I was talking to Michelle, I didn't want to come in and feel like I'm just asking for money without reason behind it. And as far as diving goes. The thing about diving that's hard in Jefferson County is we don't have pools. So like where we practice at the Green Mountain Rec Center, or Wheat Ridge and Lakewood practice at Lakewood's at the Golden Rec Center, Wheat Ridge is at the Wheat Ridge Rec Center. You can't do diving and swimming together. So I know that a lot of the teams like my assistant dive coach or the dive coach, he coaches not just Green Mountain, he coaches Wheat Ridge divers, Golden divers, Lakewood divers, and that's kind of where that's built in. But I will tell you, in swimming as well, we actually used to get paid according to the scale. We did get a third paid head coach at 36 girls, which I would love to bring that back as well, because the growth that we've had in this program, Green Mountains alone, because we've been able to keep girls that, quite frankly, if we don't have 3 coaches, there are some girls that the only sport that they do is swimming, and we might have to tell them, we just don't have the room or the capacity. Exactly. And nobody wants that. That doesn't feel good either.
No, thank you, Tim. I appreciate it. I was having you coaching both golf and swimming, and it just stuck out to me that the golf head coach was the only head coach in that you're recommending be in the level 4.
Well, actually, to be
it's
fair,
also what the district recommended too. So to be fair,
well, and to be fair, I didn't. The golf head coach, because it's head coach pay. It's actually, I make a little bit more money on that out of level 4. This is just me personally again. And whereas like when it was level 3 assistant coach, I was actually losing like $400 to be the boys coach. So, of course.
Thanks again. We appreciate you being here.
Yeah, and hey, to all my golf coaches that are listening, which is probably none, I love you guys, and I'm not give them more money too. Put them at level 6, please.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, and then can I keep going?
Yeah, keep going, but I may have some more people I'm calling up in just a moment.
All right, and then also we added pit conductor to level 3. This is one of the music jobs when the band or orchestra teacher, and there's people in the audience that know this better than me, but anyway, when they are conducting for the musical, it's tons and tons of work. So that is an additional position that was added by us in here. And then we put in number 1, we added some new things, and we also put some things in here that are already in the contract that we thought belonged here in this chart. So already in the contract is elementary music for a minimum of 3 performances. We put that in level 1. They currently get $1,000 stipend, and this is $1,050. So we felt like it was the right place to be. And middle school music, 3 performances again. Art show chairs and co-chairs. Those are all things that are already in the contract. And then additional positions that we are suggesting to add is K-12 art teacher. Many art teachers do 3 shows or sponsor clubs. And so if they had a combination of 3 art shows and or clubs, that would get the same stipend. Same thing for PE, 3 events or clubs. Elementary theater is a new one. That would be 2 performances. And I want to differentiate what the word performance means. A performance is 2 performances of the same production. So it's not like 2 separate plays necessarily, but 2 performances. Middle school theater is already in the contract, but we've listed it here. It's 3 performances. And then we have added K-8 after school clubs. And I'm going to explain how that's done in a little bit. But I want to make a little bit of an impassioned speech here. One of the reasons that teachers' unions and the unified salary schedule was created back in the day was that, 60, 70 years ago, men teachers made more than women teachers. High school teachers made more than elementary teachers. And one of the pushes of the union movement in the 60s and into the 70s was that the kindergarten teacher is just as important as the high school calculus teacher. And I still believe that today. I'm not saying that calculus teachers aren't hard to find. They are. But that in terms of a child's life experience and overall education, that kindergarten teacher is just as important. And so it was very important to the teacher union movement that we had this unified salary schedule so that all educators were treated the same. Obviously, we add stipends and things because we recognize that there are certain positions that have more time or more work or what have you. But in general, that's our theory. That's one of our values. And I want to say that our elementary teachers work so hard. They have 6 preps. They get less planned than their secondary colleagues. They do a lot of after-school clubs and extra work that they get not a dime for. And it's time to change that. They deserve the recognition and the extra pay for all the extra things they do for the enrichment activities that the elementary students so richly deserve and benefit from. So that's my little speech about some of these additions. And that is it for the actual chart.
I'm actually going to add
language.
Can I add something? Okay. So the one thing that we haven't discussed yet, and actually,
yes,
yeah. So I'm gonna speak to that real quickly. And also, you'll notice that on the pay chart, when we messed around with the stuff on the left, it kind of changed the pay scale on the right. So just so you know, that's what the stars are there for. It's just a formatting issue. But there's another item that we have added, and I do have a guest here today that's going to speak to the reason why this is on here, that we're adding to the level 2 scale of this coach and salary stipend. No, it's supposed to be in 2. Yeah, it's supposed to be in 2. Uh-oh. Thank you. Good job. So I'm going to invite to the table at this time. I'm going to have Wayne Madsen, if you want to come up here and sit in front of the mic. And he's joining us this evening to discuss a little bit about CTSO sponsorship, what that looks like. And you'll notice that we put in that blank DECA, FBLA, if I can read, TSA, HOSA, and then et cetera, because we weren't sure if we captured everything, but like whatever would fit in that category. And at this time, that is work that is not being compensated, and it's a lot of hours. So I'm gonna have Wayne speak to that. If you would like to introduce yourself and then talk to us a little bit about why this is important.
Good now. I'm Wayne Matson. I'm a year 20 as a business teacher at Lakewood High School, and I contacted Michelle originally about the CTSO stipend pay because I'm seeing less and less new teachers participating in all of those clubs like DECA and FBLA and things like that. And they'll often say that I don't have time to do that. It's not really important. I have to pick and choose, and I think it comes back to the basic thought that it's not compensated, so they don't think it's part of their job. I know that it is typically compensated in many districts, and if you're recruiting people, they'll tend to say, I don't get a stipend for it, and you'll hear people say in the business curriculum that DECA or FBLA is not covered at Jeffco, or there's no stipend for it. It's a requirement for the federal programs that you have this career technical service organization. And so those programs in turn bring money back into the district. So I think it's a valuable thing. I think really the district wins because you see a lot of these schools are now letting those programs go. And I think the teachers don't run the DECA programs, and the kids become disengaged and eventually drop out. So I've seen a lot of those programs go away, and it is one that requires quite a bit of effort from individual teachers. We have at least 3 major things that we do. The first is a district competition where all of the teachers from your particular district get together and put on a competition with 70 or so judges, and so that's a big buildup. And then we put the event together, and then we take the kids to the state competition. That's another 3-day event, and tomorrow we're going to nationals, which is a 5-day event. So it is a big time commitment, and technically the programs are not fulfilling their obligations if they don't have those CTSOs. So I think it's something that would be valuable to consider, especially since I'm seeing such a fall off in with the teachers, the newer teachers doing it. I think they just feel like they don't have time, and they just have to divide and conquer, and they're not doing that. So I do think the money, and sadly, I guess not sadly, but I do think the money would be enough incentive to get them to participate. And it probably should be conditional that they are going to, run a full program. But I typically run at least 70 to 100 kids somewhere in there. So you're definitely running a lot of kids through, and I do think it makes a huge difference in their overall welfare when they come out of Jeffco high schools. It's definitely something that the community feels proud about, that their parents do, and that the kids do. And so I do think it's worthwhile. And I don't know if I explained it all very well, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any of those.
And I'm just going to add on to that I had been talking with Amber Hall and also Van Davis, who run these programs as well. And they were saying, I know Amber Hall had come from a district where it was $6,000 extra a year to run those programs. And so coming here, it was a huge shock that wasn't happening. And, she was talking about how she has to spend a lot of time fundraising with her kids in order to have enough money to go on these trips. A lot of times she goes into her own pocket, when she's taking these trips with the kids. There might not be buses, meaning she's got to organize carpools to get the kids to where they're supposed to go. So the concern is that if you then start, her concern was that then if you start saying, okay, well then in order to be involved, you got to pay, then it becomes something that not everybody can participate in, and then it becomes something that people feel left out of. And I know that was because we had talked about this over the last couple of years, and she had shared a lot of her stories about that, about how challenging it's been. That she loves it, but it's a ton of work, and to do it uncompensated, her concern is that once the people doing that work retire out, nobody's going to step up to do it. And so that's why we chose level 2. It's not the 6,000 that some other districts are offering, but it's something to recognize the amount of hours that go into it. And you're right, maybe there's some wordsmithing about what that means. I've just gotten a few text messages. Don't forget about NASA Hunch, and don't forget about. And I was like, yeah, I know, that's why the et cetera. We're working on figuring some of that out, but this is something that we've heard about over the last several years. Why is our district not compensating this work? So yes, at this point, since we do have Wayne here, if you have questions for what that entails, I think that now would be a great time to ask.
Wayne, I just wondered, is there typically one CTSO sponsor per school, or does it depend on the size of the different?
Yeah, I would
clubs?
say in Jeffco, the average is one. I don't know of anybody that's got more, maybe Chatfield, but I've always been a single teacher anyway, and I think Green Mountain is, and many that you see. So
We have a lot, actually. So in our school, we have I would say 4, at least 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you'll see a lot where you'll hear, oh, this program didn't get funded this year. So I think it's something that pays itself back, because if they're actually participating in CTSOs, it's one of the requirements to get that federal funding. And when they're not, you're technically not really in compliance, and the money is fairly substantial. So I think it's worthwhile considering for that alone. So.
And Wayne, I have a comment or question for you. Would you say that these student programs that we're talking about here kind of fits in with our whole idea of high school reimagined and increasing student engagement and alternative pathways for students, not just, a 4-year university? Does it fit into all those pieces?
Yeah, I would say so. I'm guilty of recruiting relentlessly. I guess I don't know any other way to do it, because I feel it drives your program. And if you don't have kids in DECA, you don't really have a program, because they just are taking the class and they don't understand totally at this age how that connects to their lives.
This is the doing part.
Yeah, and I think when they get out there and they're interacting with those judges, they see that. I just got a card from a girl that said, I never thought I would go to college, but you got me into the DECA, and now I'm at CU School of Business. I had to go 2 years at Red Rocks, but it was a game changer. And I do think it pushes them over the edge, because they have to step out of themselves and do something that requires some confidence building. And I think when they come off of that, I have to say I coached football for 20 years and I've done DECA for 20 years. And I've never had a kid say, I don't like DECA. They all get to participate and they all get better. And I think it's a huge plus. And it's in a academic setting that really makes a huge difference. I have a girl this year that's really big in DECA, and she's the first kid at Lakewood that's been accepted to Harvard in 9 years. And
wow,
DECA is one of those things, that gets them there. And a few more have had the Betcher Scholarship. And when I went to the Betcher dinner, the guy said, well, his involvement in DECA, the person who was sponsoring him said that's what pushed him over the edge. So I do think it's a game changer.
So it's good for kids that want to go to college, or kids that maybe didn't even think about go to college but could go, as well as kids that don't want to go to college, and it gives them some experiences and learning about the business world. And okay.
Yeah, and really good feedback from adults, and it's surprising. It's even if they have a negative result, I've hardly ever had a kid say, I'm going to roll over. I guess that term in education, grit, they learn that life can be tough, and they'll just keep on going. And it's very impressive to see that, they don't get a bad result and quit. They keep on going. So typically I'll have kids that'll run for 3 or 4 years, and I believe I would have no program without it. And that's where I think if a teacher says, well, this is part of the deal, you can earn extra money, you have to do the CTSOs. I think it's, it just fills the program full of people, because they're like the Hunch thing and everything else. They're doing something outside of the classroom, which is key.
Yeah, at this time, it's a lot of unpaid labor, right? That people are just doing because they care and they want to do it, and we want to continue to offer those exceptional experiences. And we think that this would be a way to encourage.
Yeah, and I couldn't not do it because I think it's so valuable. And I know I spend probably at least $3,000 on just the different things that, chaperone meals and things like that we don't have in the budget, which I'm happy to do. But it's a bit of a burden financially. And for a younger teacher, I think it can be really tough. So.
Fantastic. Any other questions for Wayne while he is here with us? Okay, thank you so much for coming tonight. We appreciate it.
Hey, Michelle, I just want to kind of go back to the elementary music and art and all that. One of the things that we talked about when we were adding this is that if they are split between two schools and they do two performances at one school and they do two performances at another school, they get paid for both of those. Because we're having elementary school teachers do 6 performances split between two schools.
And our language that I'm going to show right now addresses that.
Where did that go? We lost that.
So that is a great segue, Dale, into the language that we want to add to the appendix after the chart. There would be language here. And it's not numbered or anything. We can take care of that later if we want to. All right. So this language talks about the executive director of athletics and activities, that's Patrick, will meet at least 3 times per year with a council of athletic coaches composed of representatives from each high school elected by their peers. The executive director of athletics and activities will meet at least 3 times a year with a council of activity sponsors composed of curriculum specialists in the appropriate areas and sponsors from each articulation area elected by their peers. And these 2 advisory councils will work collaboratively with the district activity and athletics director to create guidelines for coaches and sponsors, recommend revisions to the coach sponsor pay schedule, help create evaluation rubrics, and to address other issues that may arise. And this would be kind of an outgrowth of the group that met this year. And then we have some things just about how the sponsors and coaches would be treated in various areas. A lot of our coaches have said that they would like to be paid over 12 months. I believe the activity sponsors mostly are. And so that's number 1. Number 2, this is part of the proposal that Patrick's group made. The schedule will increase each year by the same percentage as the COLA for the educator salary schedule. Number 3, athletic head and assistant coaches whose teams qualify for and participate in a recognized JCEA or other sanctioned organization, state playoffs or championships beyond the regular schedule of league playoffs will receive additional pay for each week a team is involved in postseason competition. This pay will be prorated weekly based on their regular stipend. So if they're in an extended season, they get a little extra money for that. And then 4, marching band directors and assistants who are expected to accompany athletic teams to recognize JCEA state competitions or whose band is participating in state competitions will receive additional pay for each week that the student group is involved in the postseason competition. This pay will be prorated weekly based on their regular stipend. And then number 5, I will just make a comment. I learned that many athletic coaches have to use their own personal leave when they have to leave school early at the end of the day to get to a competition. So this would end that practice. If an athletic coach or activity sponsor needs to miss a class for their sport or activity, the coverage will be provided by the school or district, not the coach or sponsor with their own leave time. Number 6, for the 24-25 school year, any current coach or assistant coach will be moved on steps to ensure that no one is making less money than in 23-24. So in other words, if anybody in any of these positions on this new schedule, if their stipend would be less, then they would be moved a step or 2 until they're making more. And then after that, they would keep moving on steps. Sponsors will be moved on steps to ensure that no one is making less money than in 23-24 when all of their qualifying stipends are totaled together. That means currently the band director stipend also includes a lot of these other jobs that aren't delineated. And now we're breaking out like the pit conductor, the pep band conductor, all of that. So if you add up all those and they're making less, they'll be moved. But hopefully they won't be making less. That's why we wanted to add these subcategories of band and probably orchestra responsibilities. And if there's questions about that, again, there's people in the audience that can know more about this than me. And then in future years, the individual continue moving steps from there. Oh, you know what? I repeated myself in 7. I apologize. I will delete that. And then 8, co-curricular stipends are available to every teacher in a school with that job classification who meets the stipend requirements. And then in hiring, we believe that it is advantageous to students and school and the district if the head coach for, say, Chatfield High School is actually a teacher at Chatfield High School. So some of the hiring things that we put in here kind of point to that. New head athletic coaching positions will first be advertised to all school staff at the school with a vacancy. If there are no applicants with the requisite experience or qualifications, the position will be advertised internally to all staff throughout Jeffco. Obviously, we do have middle school, elementary school teachers that coach at the high school level. We probably have high school teachers that coach at a different high school. We're not saying that shouldn't happen. And then B, Jeffco employees will always have priority over outside applicants for hiring as athletic coaches. This does not at all diminish the importance of our community members that step up and do these coaching positions. But again, we believe it's very helpful if the athletic coach is an educator in the district. It can help motivate students. They can go down the hall. The math teacher can go to the football coach and say, hey, you know, so-and-so's not doing too well in math. And the football coach can say, oh, well, I will get on him about that, because I've seen it happen when I was in high school as a teacher. Number 2, the number of assistants, choreographer, companies, etc. A head activity sponsor hires will vary and will be determined at the school level. This just points to the fact that our activity programs look very different at different schools, and they may need different things. So we just wanted to point that out. Number 3, booster club monies may be used to hire assistants if it is allowed by JCEA or Colorado Bandmasters Association or other state governing body. We didn't want to get into all the details about what's allowed and what isn't, but I do know that booster club monies are used sometimes in these cases. And 4, athletic coaches and activity sponsor positions are considered ongoing. Yes, there's times when coaches may need to be relieved of their duties, but we believe that they should be considered an ongoing assignment unless something would occur that would make that different. Interview committees will include other athletic coaches and parents and students as appropriate from within the building. This process will be consistent for all head coaches. The interview committee will put forth a recommended candidate or candidates, and the building principal will make the final decision. The head coach will hire assistant coaches with AD support, and AD means athletic director. Dismissal. And I know that some of these provisions are not in line with the handbook that was created, and I just want to acknowledge that we're aware of that. Athletic coaches will only be dismissed after a process that includes due process and just cause. Disciplinary actions and evaluation data may be considered, but not win-loss records. Parental complaints alone will not result in dismissal. Number 3, the administrator responsible for hiring and dismissing athletic coaches is the athletic director with principal involvement. We believe that's current practice. Number 4, a head coach may dismiss an external assistant after consultation with the AD and or the principal. Number 5, an assistant coach who is also a Jeffco employee will only be dismissed by administration after collaboration with the head coach. 6, all athletic coaching and activity sponsor positions are separate from the primary teaching contract unless it is co-curricular. And again, I believe that's current practice, but wanted to point that out. Evaluations. Head coaches will be evaluated by the school's athletic director using district-created forms of processes, and that those councils that we mentioned earlier would be involved in helping. I believe those rubrics already exist, but be revised as appropriate. Number 2, a district rubric will be created and recommended, and again, I believe one exists, but it may need some attention. Number 3, win-loss records will not be a part of evaluations. Number 4, athletic coaches will be evaluated the first year of holding the position, then every other year. And I don't know what that magic formula is, but we're throwing that out as a suggestion. Number 5, assistant coaches will get informal feedback from the head coach. Number 6, co-curricular positions are evaluated through their primary teaching position. So there's not a separate evaluation for the band director that's separate from their job as a band teacher. Middle school and elementary school stipends. Music stipends are based on 3 performances per school. Individual educators will receive a stipend for each category at each school and or level for which they qualify. We actually have a grievance that's getting ready to be filed because the district believes that if you have you're split between 2 schools and you do 3 performances at one and 3 performances at the other, you shouldn't get 2 stipends. We do not agree with that, and we'll deal with that at the grievance, but we wanted to clarify that in the language. And that's also true if you're both middle and elementary. And 3 theater stipends are based on the number of performances, not the number of productions. 4 K-8 after-school stipends are based on 1 club per week and includes enrichment activities such as choirs. A proportional stipend will be paid for clubs meeting less than all year. And then 5, funding for stipends will be provided to schools in addition to the regular SBB formula. That would be similar to what happens, I believe, for the athletic coach program, that's loaded into those high school budgets. Any questions?
All right. That was a lot to digest, so it may take a minute to kind of read through it, and you may want to come back with questions later, but if there's any that occur. Oh, Steve.
Yeah, and I may have more, but just what hit me right off the top. When you're asking for coaches and activity sponsors to be paid over a 12-month period, how does that work when the sport is in the spring? Are you asking for them to start getting payment in September of that school year, or would it start in the spring and go for a 12-month period?
Well, there might be cases where the baseball coach you don't know that who the baseball coach is going to be in August, and they wouldn't get paid obviously until they got hired. And external coaches would not be paid that way. They would be paid, I think the current practice is half of the stipend at the beginning and half at the end or something. Patrick's nodding yes. And, we're open to conversation about this, but we hear from coaches that they would like to have their supplemental stipends be more consistently paid through the year. And I recognize that may not be able to happen 100% of the time.
Yeah, that's my concern is, we may already know who the baseball coach is going to be in the spring, but starting to pay them in the fall, and then something happens and they're not able to coach for whatever reason.
But if you've been a coach for 10 years and you've coached a fall sport and a spring sport for 10 years, that's the kind of situation where it would be helpful for them to.
Then there's also this other piece of payroll, as I understand it. You have to be paid within 90 days once you've completed the service provided. So spreading that out over, a football coach in the fall, spreading that out into a July, August payment is well beyond that 90-day period.
Well, and I just want to acknowledge this is so not my area of expertise. And that's why we think it's really important that we have these councils of coaches and council of activity sponsors, because they know their role better than we do.
The other one that stuck out to me real quick was we're saying that ADs don't have a voice in the hiring process. It's up to the principal.
Wait a minute.
If you go down to hiring committee, number
that
1.
They would be recommended to the principal. Okay,
Yep.
Yeah, maybe it should be the AD. I don't really. I know that they probably work in concert a little bit, and I know I've had principals dismiss a head coach, so I know principals do get involved in that. So what the exact partnership needs to be between an athletic director and a coach, certainly open to conversation about that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Michelle?
Interesting question. So what if somebody is, say, for example, teaching choir and theater, and they do performances from choir, and they also have theater performances?
They would receive both stipends, just like someone coaching a fall sport and a spring sport would get 2 stipends.
I've been trying to type and summarize all this, so I might have missed it. Is that stipulated in here?
Let me find it. It is in here. Individual educators will receive a stipend for each category at each school and or level for which they qualify.
Okay.
So if I'm the middle school theater teacher and the middle school choir teacher, both, I could get the theater stipend and the music stipend.
Okay. I'm just curious. Okay,
or if I'm a middle school, if I teach middle school and elementary school, as some of our educators do, and I did the requisite performances at both levels, I would receive both stipends.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to offer, Patrick, if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to join us at the table. But if you don't have any, you have to. Don't feel obligated.
Comments, because again, this is not my area of expertise, but we did get a lot of information from a lot of coaches, so it's kind of all put together here.
Thank you for the invite to come up here. I've been chomping at the bit to say something, so I apologize for that. I was probably making everybody uncomfortable over there, how fidgety I was getting. So a couple just points of clarification. So our head coach in our current coach's handbook, our hiring process for head coaches is that selection would be made by the athletics director, and the principal needs to be informed. And ultimately, the principal has final authority on the hiring. And that's how our vision or our view of that has always been in athletics, that the principal is responsible for hiring everybody in that building. Obviously, the athletic director needs to feel it's appropriate that they have a large voice in that selection. I would say 99% of the time, maybe even higher than that, it's the principal just stamps that the AD has hired somebody that feels like it's the right fit for the school, the program, and then they just rubber stamp it. But we do kind of force that communication to make sure principal and AD are on the same page. The other point of clarification was around the stipends, how stipends are paid. We do pay stipends monthly for our current teachers, but it's skewed because your fall coaches are going to get that prorated out over essentially the whole school year for the most part. It's condensed a little bit because school year starts, then coaching assignment starts, and then the payroll starts. So it's not exactly tied to the a teacher contract, but it is prorated out monthly. Where it gets skewed though is then in the winter time, we typically have that person start in the winter, and so they're prorated from the winter on. So it's bigger chunks prorated over less periods. And then the spring coaches, it's a very small chunking. Where we've and this is just historical context from my predecessor. I was texting with him back here to ask for a little bit of clarification on this. One of the hard parts we face is we do have the ability for a track coach that's been there for 30 years or 20 years or whatever, and we fully intend we can hire them and we do pay them out, prorated out over the course of the whole school year. Where it gets complicated and doesn't feel good to our staff is when life happens, a kid gets sick, whatever happens right before the spring season. Now we have to go back and take all that money out of their future paychecks. And that's the part where we've really advocated aggressively with our ADs about do not do that, because we don't want to put our people in such a bad spot, down the road. So it's a little bit of a balancing act, but the structure and system is there to accommodate that.
Patrick, can you tell us about the current evaluation process and what that looks like for coaches?
Yeah, so we developed that over the last couple of years. So we met with a group of athletic directors that brought them in and did a little bit of a council, met multiple times. We looked at coaching evaluations from all across the metro area. Honestly, took the best pieces of those, took the best pieces of the ones that we had, and created a process. It's really a 3-step process, and I'll talk about that in a second. In between each of those meetings, we asked our ADs to go back and talk with coaches and get feedback generally about evaluation, what they like, what they don't like. So we did get some coach voice in that. I had some coaches that I know personally from around the state or around the district have called and offered up their thoughts around the evaluation process. The evaluation process that we created was we have our ADs are asked to meet with every coach at the beginning of the season, prior to the start of the season, and complete a preseason checklist. And I'm happy to share all this with you. In that preseason checklist, it really is all of the things that you need to be successful. Are all of your assistant coaches hired? Do they have the appropriate paperwork? Are they allowed to work with kids, the first day of school? There's nothing worse as an AD than walking out to football practice the first day of practice, and I'm out there pulling, adults off the field, sending them to the office because they don't have their paperwork and they're not, approved to be with kids. So that checklist talks about that. It talks about their transportation. It talks about their fundraising plans. Do they have everything put in place? So it's really an opportunity for the coach and the athletic director to collaborate, and an opportunity for them to get on the same page and really be successful going into the start of the season. So there's a preseason checklist component. The second piece is we wanted to create an acknowledgement of the coach of their assignment, what they're being asked to do, as well as what they're going to be compensated for. We've had stories over the years where a coach or a sponsor midway through the season, makes a comment that I was offered to get paid, $10,000 to coach this by, X, Y, and Z in the, the school. And so whether those conversations did or did not happen, that's case by case basis. But we get, if Michelle's going to be our head swimming coach, her and I would sit down, we would talk through that. We'd work through this checklist, make sure she's set up for success, make sure we're on the same page, and working collaboratively. And then we would have her sign an acknowledgement that she's going to serve as the, Green Mountain swim coach, and that she is a schedule 1, step 1, or whatever, that lines up with our salary schedule, which again is very different currently than what's being proposed on the table. So that's really the second part. And then the third part of the process is an end of the year evaluation. It's a rubric system. It's a meets, It's meets or doesn't meet. It's pretty black and white. You're either doing these things or you're not, and it goes through that and it creates an effective or an ineffective rating. And then at the very end, what we do have is what we've seen across all sports is when we have coaches or sponsors that are really coaches that go above and beyond. There's just certain things that they do. They attend clinics. They do community service engagements with their kids. There's this standard practice and best practice. And so we built those in as indicators. Are you doing these things as a check mark to identify a coach as highly effective? There's nothing tied to their pay around being, highly effective or effective. But what it is it's just an opportunity to take a really good coach and challenge, push them into opportunities of where they could be great, or show a new coach, like, these are the things. If you really want to be great, these are the things that great coaches, what we've seen around the district historically over many, many years, this is what they do. On the activity side, we do not have a formal rubric to evaluate those folks. And that's part of what we would like to do over the next year or so, is really develop that. And the reason for that is it's just a very different position. Our sponsors are co-curricular. So like, you talked about in the proposal there, that their evaluations really aren't based on their after-school performance. It's really kind of in totality of their entire position, as well as creating some definition around what creates a successful theater program. Some of those things haven't been defined like from an outcomes base. So we're working towards that. But that's generally a quick, high-level summary of Coach Eval.
Thank you. All right. Was there anything else you wanted to add, Patrick, or were there any questions for Patrick since we have him here to answer them? All right. Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
We appreciate it. Yeah. So I think, just FYI, food's about 30 minutes out-ish still, but I think maybe a comfort break might be nice for the next 5 to 10 minutes. And then we can come back and maybe do something that's a little quicker and then maybe jump into dinner and then hit some of the other items, depending. All right. We'll be back in right. Thank you, and welcome back to our negotiation session this evening. We are going to be moving on. We have another couple of big items ahead of us, and I'm going to be turning it over. We're going to be doing Article 8 next. We had to reverse the order a little bit. Then 5, and then 26. And 26 is our sped language. And so at this time, I'm going to turn this over to my teammate Richard, who is like a fine conductor, going to organize all of this beautiful language and story. So have at it.
Just a regular Mr. Holland's Opus over here with, or that was marching bands, right? Was that like school? I don't know. I think that before we get started, I think I'm really excited because I feel like at this table, there are times when we are discussing contract language and the people that the stakeholders that we're discussing, they're not here with us. And I'm very happy tonight that we have Title I educators with us in the building that run the gamut of between dual language and classroom education teachers. And what we're going to do right now is we're just going to turn it over to them. And I was hoping that you could introduce yourself. I don't want to introduce you because that's more powerful, I feel like. I'm thinking out loud. If you could just introduce yourself, tell us where you're at, and here we go.
There you go. Okay. My name is Jenny Boteo. I'm a bilingual learning specialist from Edgewater Elementary.
My name is Adriana Lucatero. I am a dual language teacher at Edgewater Elementary. I teach 6th grade.
Also an Edgewater Elementary teacher. I teach 3rd grade dual language English.
I'm Kathleen De Silva, and I'm currently teaching at Lucas Elementary in a non-Title I school. I have had Title I school experience at Mulholland last year.
Okay. So I've been a bilingual special education teacher since 2001, specifically at Edgewater Elementary since 2005. And I do it because I love the job. I love what I do, and I love the kids, and I love the families. And I believe that they deserve all the opportunity that all kids deserve to get a good education. That being said, I want to give you an honest look at the pressure, the triumphs, and the profound responsibility that comes with this role. While the work we do is incredibly rewarding, it also comes with unique challenges. In a Title I school where the majority of students come from low-income backgrounds, we are not just teachers. We are counselors, advocates, translators, and sometimes the only steady and encouraging presence in our students' lives. We are the ones who create a safe space in an often uncertain world where students can feel valued and understood. As a bilingual teacher, my role extends far beyond the classroom. I am not just teaching, I am building bridges between languages and cultures. This means working extra hours to translate educational curriculum, report cards, and IEPs to ensure that parents fully understand their children's educational journey. I'm responsible for ensuring that every meeting, every phone call, and every piece of communication is accessible to families who may not speak English, as the system has not been created with them in mind. This is not just about language, it's about respect and ensuring that families are included and valued in their children's education. But the work doesn't stop at translation. In special education, we often work with students who have experienced trauma. Whether it's from poverty, unstable home environments, or other factors, these experiences leave a mark. As teachers, we are on the front lines supporting students through their struggles. This takes a toll on us as well. We absorb their stories, feel their pain, and carry their burdens long after the school day ends. The secondary trauma is real, and it can be very overwhelming. Yet even as we deal with these heavy emotions, we're also there to support the families. In a Title I school, families often face their own set of challenges, from financial instability to immigration issues to language barriers. We find ourselves not only teaching, but also helping families navigate social services, food assistance programs, and other community resources. We are the bridge that connects them to the support they need. The work we do requires long hours, often without extra compensation. We stay late for parent-teacher conferences, IEP meetings, and school events. We work weekends to prepare lesson plans and catch up on paperwork. And we do it because we know how much it matters. But amidst all this pressure, there's also immense joy. The joy of seeing a student make progress, no matter how small. The joy of watching a parent smile because they finally understand what their child needs. The joy of knowing that despite the challenges, we are making a difference. To our district, we ask for your support and understanding, and to show that support in the form of a stipend. The pressures we face are real, but so is our commitment. We need your partnership to create a brighter future for our students and their families. Together we can build a more inclusive, compassionate, and successful learning environment.
Okay, so I'm a third grade dual language teacher at Edgewater Elementary. This is my 15th year teaching. I've taught in Jeffco, I've taught in DPS, I came back to Jeffco. I was in St. Paul, Minnesota, and in Thailand. I've taught a lot of different places. I live in Jeffco. I now have my child in a dual language preschool at Edgewater in Jeffco. So I want Jeffco to thrive. Jeffco is a diverse district of global learners serving students from all demographics. Edgewater is unique in that we are a Title I and dual language school. Title schools have challenges for our students, like Jenny said, that are not commonplace in non-Title I schools. As a dual language school, we also have had an influx of students from Central and South America. In my class, I have students from Venezuela, Colombia, Mexico, El Salvador, Mexico, as well as around the United States, all with varying amounts of education in their past. I love my job. I teach literacy in English and math, and I collaborate at a very deep level with my Spanish co-teacher. I have 38 students. This is my third year in dual language, and it is a bit different than other schools. So if you're struggling to picture this and wonder what we do and why we're asking for a stipend, I invite you to come to my classroom, come to third grade, and come see all of the work that goes into a dual language Title I school. I want to talk specifically about what it looks like to plan for a math lesson for me in Title I in dual language. First, I love the new illustrative math curriculum, but I am not able to open up the curriculum and just use it as it is. In my internalizing process, I have to think beyond the expectations to meet the needs of all of my students. That includes students gifted in math, students who struggle in math, and everything in between. And obviously their language abilities in English as well. That means ALPs, IEPs, read plans. This also means I think about how to help regulate and engage students each day as well. The trauma and stress of society is unquantifiable, but seen by Title I teachers every single day. As an elementary teacher, I have to think through the scaffolding my students might need to access the lessons. I read through the curriculum and deeply understand what is expected at the end of the lesson. Then with this backwards planning, I have to recreate the slideshow, to add in visuals to help with academic and social vocabulary that's important but tricky in English. Then I add in sentence frames and sentence stems to elevate the oracy in my classroom. I add word banks and anchor charts so that I'm always elevating the language expectation in third grade, and to help my students retain the knowledge and refer to all scaffolds through the lesson. This takes me at least 1 hour per lesson, 5 lessons a week. Then I monitor my students' learning in the lesson. It's not done just because I created a slideshow. The learning doesn't stop. I monitor, I reteach immediately if a student needs it as individuals or in small groups. Again, I love my job. My students, their families, my colleagues are amazing. I hope that I'm showing you a glimpse in all of the work that goes into student learning at a Title I and dual language school. Thank you for your time.
At Edgewater, like at other dual language schools, we have had a huge influx of newcomers, just as Mara has mentioned. I teach sixth grade. I currently have 33 sixth graders in my class. And it has become harder and harder to manage their learning, making sure that lessons are differentiated for all of their needs, as well as how Mara has explained. Within my class, I have 11 students that are on IEPs, 7 students who only speak Spanish, 11 on read plans, and several LEPs and NEPs. Our ESL teacher position was cut in half this year, and so she spends her time in 2 different schools, ours and I believe I. But even when she is at our school, she's not able to come into our classrooms to help and support our students the way that she would love to, because she is too busy doing access testing for the students that just keep continue coming in. So when my principal, so I had a conversation with my principal, and my principal and our area superintendent went to our chief of schools for financial support for, what was it called? Class relief, so that I could have some help to help manage all these different needs with 33 sixth graders. But it was denied. One reason, even though it's part of our contract, one reason provided was that because our monolingual 6th grade class only has 14 students, it was suggested that some of our dual language students be put in that class. The suggestion to combine the classes is not appropriate. We are talking about 2 different programs. Dual language is a program that is unique in building a student's linguistic skills in their native language and another language. It's unique and special. It's unique and special because my students get to see someone that looks like them and speaks like them. And for someone to dismiss such a huge part of our identity, like our language, and just say, well, just put them over here, isn't acceptable. Instead, our district should be seeking and retaining more educators to help our dual language programs instead of pushing them away.
My name is Kathleen De Silva, as I stated. I was a Title I teacher for 14 plus years, serving the last 3 years at Mulholm. Due to the school closures, I ended up being moved to Lucas, which is currently a bubble school. It's not Title I, but it's right on the edge of Title I always. And I was just shocked as an educator going to a non-Title I school for the first time. The inequities in the education is vast. One, academic time is in a Title I school, specifically Mulholm. You had to give a time for SEL check-in because you could not access academic learning until you had talked to the kids and figured out what their night was like and what trauma might have been experienced or how they needed to be worked with before they were ready to learn. And then at Lucas, we don't need to do that so much because they come from a very stable environment and they're ready to learn. They're fed. They have new clothes on or clean clothes on, whereas Mulholm, sometimes you were finding clean clothes for the kids or giving them a breakfast or something to get started for the day. If you didn't check in with the SEL, their background, what was going on, you couldn't access learning because then you had to deal with crisis after crisis after crisis because you hadn't gotten them to feel safe and know that you value and could meet their basic needs as an individual person: food, clothing, and security. Then, so managing trauma at a Title I school is very high versus a non-Title school. And then the other thing is that Title I schools, the academic needs are so great because they've fallen so far behind because they've lost time. They've lost time either to being out for absences due to moving or they've lost time because they've moved from school to school to school. And by the time someone figures out what's going on with them, they are moved again. So they don't know whether they're going home or not. They don't know if they're going to a shelter for the night or not. So homework is not a thing because you can't expect someone to do homework when they don't have a house to go home to or a home to go to. So, at Title I, we're taking all of our time to use as much time for the academics as we can. And when we're not in a non-Title I school, we have the ability to engage learning through cooperative learning experiences. Time we could not dedicate away from the academic learning to engage because we have so little time with them every time. We don't know when, so you have schools that are maybe less populated, but the needs are so much more and the resources are so much less. Being at Mulholm had many open positions throughout my tenure there, and they couldn't get people to even apply. And sometimes they would get people to apply and commit, and then they would quit within 2 weeks to a month because of the abuse or needs that the kids were expressing through physical and emotional outbursts. So reliable people to come in wasn't a thing unless they were a licensed person who was in the job. We had many teacher positions open. We couldn't get guest teachers to come. So if a teacher was going to be out, they were dividing the class or sending kids to several classrooms to do independent work for the day. The last thing I wanted to talk about is that whereas a non-Title I school, I have paraprofessionals who come and support me. Not just me, but they support the whole school. And I have parents that are supporting the learning. I have parents volunteering to come in the classroom. I have parents volunteering to provide basic supplies such as dry erase markers or wipes or things that don't come with a school building. And we have a PTA that supports our teachers and actually helps us with whatever needs we can't have. We have parents cutting out math materials because of the new curriculum having so many things that need to be made. And those supports just aren't in existence at the Title I school level. At Title I, I'm making all the supports. I'm doing all the making of the cards and the things that need to go with it hand in hand. So I just wanted to share that even though you might see two schools that have the same population as far as numbers, you have drastically different needs, and therefore drastically different supports are needing to be put in place.
There we go. So we do lots of talking at this table and in this district about an excellent student experience. And as a JCA team, we've proposed language specific to Title I schools in a number of areas. And I think as we come together to discuss solutions, we have to have a common understanding of why we've made these requests. So I looked up what Colorado Department of Education defines as Title I, and they said, quote, it's the largest federal program supporting both elementary and secondary education. The program's resources are allocated based upon the poverty rates of students enrolled in schools and districts and are designed to help ensure that all children meet challenging state academic standards. But then I got to thinking, but what does it mean to be a Title I school? And Title I's all I've ever known. I've spent a 30-year career in a Title I school, and there were some years we kind of hovered. We were Title I one year, not the next year, then we were back. And all that really meant was that one year we had the funds for additional support, and the next year we didn't. But the needs of the students didn't change. So what are the needs of those Title I students, and what makes them so unique? So Steph and I are going to do some compare and contrast here that's going to reiterate some of the differences that we've heard tonight and highlight some.
Good evening. While we're going over all this, we do want to acknowledge that while some students and experiences are more intense in Title I student in buildings. We do know that a lot of these students do exist in all of our buildings now that need significant amounts of supports with social, emotional, and trauma and all the things. So we do want to just acknowledge that they're everywhere, but we do want to contrast the differences between a title program or a bubble school and then going to a more affluent school, which was my experience a while ago, but I think it still reigns true today as I go from building to building supporting many educators. So one of my very first experiences was I went down, besides the fact that parents were talking and hanging out on the playground with their kids during lunch, which blew my mind, they talked about going to Elway's for dinner. And I was like, okay, I'll hang out with you guys. But on top of that, when we started discussing this, one of my memories was a teacher called me and a special education teacher in and was like, oh, I have a couple students after the assessment days that are not at benchmark, and I'm really concerned, and I think we need to make sure that we're ensuring to get them the supports they deserve. So the special education teacher and I go marching down there. We're ready to arm with like, okay, what can we do? Let's talk about different things. And we sat down. Granted, this was a while ago. We've changed a lot. But they were at, in this grade, I believe the benchmark at that point was 28. Oh, am I echoing? Okay. Oh, no, I can hear it. The computer. Ooh. Ooh, ooh. Test. Are we better now? Okay. Better? Okay. Thank you. So, as we went down for the teacher, the benchmark at that time was they were supposed to be at like a 28, I think. I don't remember the exact one. And when we went down, we were like, okay, what did the testing say? And they said, well, they're at a 24. And the special education teacher and I, it took everything in us to not go, that's it? Like, are you kidding me? But they are so used to kids being at grade level or above. It's not that this teacher wasn't confident or competent. They just were like, they obviously need more supports. We need to get them the supports that they deserve. And so we were like, oh, okay, well, here's a few things to try. And we both walked away thinking, okay. So both of us coming from a title bubble school, it was apparent to us that at a bubble school, that would have not been even a concern because, as you've heard, the other needs are so much more. And a student reading a couple levels below would not have been significant enough to even raise a red flag. We would have expected them to be not in third grade, not knowing their letters or their numbers, and that's what would raise a red flag. And it just goes to show that the varying supports that you can get and access when needs are met and they're prepared to learn when they come to school.
So I think, to echo Steph, working in education is hard, period. It's a tough profession, and over 30 years, it's become even more challenging to kind of elevate the difference in need. In my class this year, I have 21 fifth graders. 4 of them are IEPs or have IEPs. 1 is part of our ASD Center program, 5 additional read plans, a 504, an ALP who's also has an IEP and is twice exceptional, and 4 ELs. So essentially, if you go into campus, my class has all the flags. It has all the flags. And then when you look at social emotional support and the trauma that Title I students often live with and in, I have 3 students who are on a check-in, check-out plan every day. I have 4 students who have weekly meetings with our JCMH counselor, and 4 who have a weekly lunch bunch with our counselor to work on some social skills. I have a student who's on a BIP, and I started the year with an additional student who didn't have one but needed one. and worked countless hours planning, drafting, implementing, and trying to get the parents engaged to no avail, and the student left mid-year without the support plan that's necessary for his success.
Am I echoey again? Good. Okay. So to echo and contrast the differences, when I moved to the more affluent school, if a student was experiencing suicidal thoughts or needed mental health support, instead of trying to reach out and try all the numbers or contact information that was not valid or disconnected or unavailable or the wrong number, I had parents actually reach out to me and say, hey, this is what's going on with my student and I need more support. What can I do? And I would say more than half of the time, they were already seeking out support. Or if I gave a list and said, well, here are some different numbers you can call, they'd be like, great. And then they would call me back and be like, I called these numbers, they didn't work. Do you have another list? Or what would be my next steps? And they could access those resources on their own and or were already seeking them out and just wanted to make sure that the school connected. So the difference being that they have those additional supports and you don't have to case manage on top of teach.
So I thought I'd reach out and see, well, what's kindergarten like? Because that's not in my realm, nor has it ever been. And so I asked one of our kinder teachers for her perspective, and she said that one of the biggest challenges in kindergarten is that students start so significantly behind what's expected of an incoming student. She said most do not know letter names and sounds or even how to write their name. More than half have not attended preschool. And she said this really proves to be particularly challenging as she tries to work moving them toward grade level. And because many begin with having experienced significant trauma, they have to practice learning how to be at school, and it's an incredibly slow process. Elevated behaviors are present in a large number of her students, further delaying their academic growth, and that's from the very beginning.
And in contrast, as a practice I've seen in several schools that have more guardian support, there is a Getting to Know You Day for kindergartners, which is a remarkable program. And I wish it was something that was equitably offered throughout all Jeffco schools. But the Getting to Know You Days is you get a small group. So you get your roster as a teacher. You have 28 kids, however many kids. I'll do 25 because that's easier math for me. I teach feelings for a reason. You get like 5 kids, and those first 3 days, so the rest of the school is in, but kindergarten is not, because for the 3-day, full-day kindergarten is broke into 6 sessions, 6 half-day sessions, and families sign up, and there's 5 slots per session, and the student and a family member comes for a half day together, and they get to build this amazing relationship with 5 other students, so it's not so overwhelming, and they get to really engage with the teacher, and they get to know the school and other school staff, and they walk around and they get to introduce, and the families or the guardians that are there get that experience too. And it's quote unquote expected that a guardian is with them. It's not required, but it is kind of an expectation. And then their start, I know you guys are like, what the, I get it. I know, I'm sorry. I love you guys. But they get this very calm experience. And I can say from going from a bubble school that did not happen. When I went down there, I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is even an option, as well as the experience that the teachers were able to teach immediately, because after those 3 days, for those kindergarten teachers that are in the audience, like basically it's putting out fires. You are running around and trying to get the kids that are crying and won't peel off, guardians' legs and are throwing massive fits and don't know how to sit down for a story and all the things. It's the herding cats. They are able to start day one. There's no crying, no tears. Usually for my first week of school, as I go back, I'm just running from classroom to classroom to help all the criers and people throwing and eloping because they don't like, I don't want to be here. I want to be with my family that I trust and know. And that all goes away for a multitude of reasons. But the fact that you can even expect something like that is a huge inequity. And I'm not saying it should go away. I'm saying it should be accessible to everyone.
Let's talk a little bit about the physical space. When you visit a Title I school versus an affluent school, the differences are immediately apparent and quite stark. Most often, the Title I physical building is older, has less natural light, and is missing some of the characteristics we now have in newer schools. More affluent schools may have striking architectural elements with a lot of natural light, art designs that provide room for teacher teaming, and areas for small group instruction, as well as bigger libraries. They're frequently staffed with full-time DTLs. They have better playgrounds, and the list goes on and on. And I can say my building finally got its bond renovations, but we were at the end of the bond, and so it's just now happened, and prices went up. So it was a little different than what we expected. Our building's now much prettier, but it's still an older building with the challenges that an older building has.
Okay, and the last one I just want to emphasize is the experience that the Parent-Teacher Association has. As one of my schools that I left was their PTA budget for the entire year was roughly around $5,000 for the entire year. When I moved for my own children's school, Mr. Freeman might know, and for the school that I worked at, they were both more like working class, middle working class, and a student could bring in the total of $5,000 for a fundraiser. Their PTA budgets were well over $50,000, which then affords so much more that they can bring to the plate, and was really hard for me to stomach as a parent and educator, and knowing that there are schools that are in such dire straits and others that, the have and have-nots just really were stark during that time. So it was heartbreaking for me, and I just wish there was one way to make that more equitable as well.
I'm going to end by lifting up what my opinion is. It's the heart of the work that we do, and that's building relationships with kids so that they can learn. And when you work in a Title I school, not only is that important, but it's essential because students need to feel safe and loved in order to access academics. And in a Title I school, as you've heard, you're doing double duty in order to see progress for the whole child. And oftentimes it's a relationship with a non-classroom educator that really lifts up a child. Title I schools often are the ones with the split positions like DTLs. And if that's that student's person, they're not there half the time. And so when we look at, lifting them up, who's there to lift that kid up? I know there's other people, but if that's really truly their person. So I think we need to do a better job in leveling the playing field for our Title I students. And just giving them equal amounts of physical resources and staffing isn't enough when they're not school ready, when they're dealing with significant trauma, and their parents are working to put a roof over their heads and food on the table. And as a result, they have less to give in terms of engagement. Equal is not equitable when the student population needs more. And as a team, we know better, and we need to do better for our kids, for all of our kids.
So now we're getting ready to present Article 8. I'm just going to say one little bit, and we sit here and we scratch our heads why it's hard for us to hire or bring in educators of color here to Jeffco. Look at the learning experiences that students of color have at Title I schools, and we'll get to see why. As much as I like to do all the things, I would like to speed up this process, so I'm going to leave it up for either Anthea, Kendra, or Steph to talk about Article 8 and introduce the language, because I know that is not my area of expertise, and so I don't want to drag this on forever. So,
All right, Lisa's going to put it up there. Article 8 is all of the colors. It has black, yellow, blue, red, and it gets really confusing. Yeah, a lot like the flags in campus from my class. So this 8X right there, we've accepted some things, but we've left in blue here about educators will be assigned to well-ventilated, heated, and properly lighted classrooms. And we'd like to put in there when they are scheduled to be at work. When adverse conditions arise, the district will make every effort to improve the situation, or if necessary, release the educators and students if present. Should adverse conditions arise on a non-student contact day, educators will be given the option to work in an alternative district location or remotely from home. Just remembering our working conditions are student learning conditions. Then we accepted and agreed on some things. 8.2, the district had proposed striking this language, and we've returned it to original language. It didn't seem to be solving a problem that exists, so we didn't see a reason to eliminate it, so we've returned it to original language. 8.3 looks good. If we go down to 8.4.1, we're good in that first paragraph. In the second paragraph, the district will ensure that staff has adequate and equitable resources that align with the needs of the students served. And this includes resources to support curriculums and standards with the collaboration of educators. And when available, bilingual materials will be provided in schools with more than 25% of students who do not speak English as their first language. I think we heard tonight the challenges of dual language, and being able to have those resources would be helpful. And the training. And then as we move down here into this part for details, I'd like to invite another guest to the table who's going to give some context for some of the changes. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lori Bell. I'm the DTL at Lakewood High School. Wayne and I did not coordinate, but we're both here tonight. So I'm just going to walk through some of the changes to the language and things that we added in or changed, and try and give some context to some pieces of this. All right, so we're all good for most of these things that were accepted. And then moving into 8.4.2.1, where it refers to the process of getting DTL certification. So that we had changed to failure to complete the requirements or make adequate progress towards the DTL certification may result in a collaborative review by HR and the library coordinator and displacement from the digital teacher librarian position. So our library coordinator is the one who works with the details that are looking for that sort of certification, and will be monitoring their progress. So we feel like the review needs to include that person. And they're also working with the people who are mentoring those candidates, and that would be through the Library Advisory Committee, which I sit on. And then in 8422, a digital teacher librarian's responsibilities are outlined in their job description and evaluation rubric. And then the detail promotes a love of reading is a part that we added back in. So this section was mostly moved from further up, but that part was left out, and we feel like this is really at the heart of our work, is promoting a love of reading, and we think it's important to add it back in there. And then the detail will serve in the building ALT. As an instructional partner, a full-time detail has a flexible schedule that enables them to co-plan and co-teach with all building educators throughout the day. Other responsibilities of a detail may include may vary depending on an individual's school needs. Before these responsibilities are assigned, a collaborative conversation and agreement between the DTL and building administration must take place. This includes adding a regularly scheduled class to the DTL daily schedule, and in the event of a split assignment, which building ALT the DTL will attend, because it's very difficult for them to attend both buildings ALT, so that would be part of that collaborative conversation. So I'm here also especially to talk to that piece about the flexible schedule. I understand that that was a question from last time. Why is that so important to be putting into this language? And I can speak to this having been a DTL at both elementary and the high school level very equally at this point in my career, 10 years at elementary, 10 years at high school, and having a flexible schedule is absolutely vital to the work that we do. You have the So time is something that any teacher will tell you they don't have enough of. I know it comes up over and over and over again at this bargaining table. So if any collaboration is going to take place between multiple educators, someone's schedule has to have flexibility. And as a DTL who has a completely flexible schedule, I'm able to meet with all my PLC teams to co-plan lessons. And whether those teams meet at a common plan time that they share or at a lunchtime or whenever, I can work it into my schedule because it's flexible. And so I can co-plan with all of those teams. I'm able to teach back-to-back lessons on research or information literacy and dive fully into a project with a team, devoting myself to working with students in multiple classrooms for several days at a time because I'm not tied to a recurring fixed class that I'm responsible for. A DTL provides instructional support for our classroom teachers, and in order to be successful in that capacity, we must have a flexible schedule. This is also crucial to the leadership role that we take alongside our instructional coaches. Due to my flexible schedule, I'm able to attend and lead committee meetings, plan professional learning with our instructional leaders, and engage in learning walks with my coach and administrators. This is another important piece that fits within the jigsaw puzzle of my days. When I'm not busy collaborating with my colleagues in all of these ways, I am the person in the building who can be available to help make sense of technology and provide on-the-fly individual lessons for staff and students in using digital tools or finding the right resource. I can lend an ear, ask the right questions, help solve a problem, teach a quick skill, and sometimes show a teacher how to open a tech ticket when the problem has to do with a system issue or repairing a device. Sometimes my flexibility also allows me to connect with a student who's having a rough day or would like to share a funny story with me. Students are at the heart of all of this, and a flexible schedule is what allows a DTL to do what is best for supporting students. Of course, we know different schools have different needs. When I worked in elementary schools, I was sometimes asked to facilitate a reading group or be part of a flooding team for math, and that might vary by day or by unit. And that becomes a lot more constraining in a secondary school when the schedule has to be locked in place for a semester or a year of classes. Taking on a fixed class in a middle or a high school would mean giving up the chance to collaborate with a team of teachers, or ever teach research lessons to certain classes because they happen to take place when my class would be taking place if it were a fixed class. So we really hope that what we have in the language here allows for the standard to be a flexible schedule for a detail in all schools. And then the DTL might choose to vary that slightly if it serves the needs of the staff and students at their particular school. If a DTL is asked to teach a fixed class, then the variance process would need to be used in that case. All right. And then moving into 8423, there was some question about the role of the detail in repairing devices, fixing devices. So the wonderful Carrie Zanetti had some conversations that I would like to share. She actually talked with Scott Tilson, who's the site tech manager, about this language, and he was in full support of it. She says, change with him, he goes so far to say that he doesn't expect details to even troubleshoot, but understands we might do that to keep instruction going. We also agree on the definition of troubleshoot, jiggle the cord, push the power button, maybe reset a device, but not fix repair, which would include opening up a device, repairing a screen, and that sort of thing. And then the last piece that's in blue there is that in the 24-25 school year, a committee would be designed or formed to provide feedback and evaluate the Tech for Ed program and the workload that was placed on DTLs. So we understand that that the response was that a committee already exists, but Carrie had some ideas on that as well because she sits on the Tech for Ed Advisory Committee, and that isn't really what we're getting at. So the Tech for Ed leads, which includes most of us DTLs, they meet regularly over the course of the year, but not once a month really. And although the Ed Tech team and ECTS do ask for feedback and do have sort of drop-in sessions, it's not really a comprehensive evaluative review of the whole Tech for Ed program, and that's more what we're asking for. So Carrie, as a member of the Tech for Ed Advisory Committee, also said that committee really hasn't met monthly for various reasons, and it's intended to be advisory but not evaluative or objectively assess the program. What we're asking for is something more like what they did with the Jefferson project, which occurred in 2013-2016 and provided one-to-one iPads for the Jefferson Arctic area. And at the end of that project, they had a full-on comprehensive evaluation and assessment of that program that was run by the members of Jeffco Research and Assessment Design. And so what we would like to see this committee do is something more like that. We feel like the Tech for Ed program is far more expansive than that Jefferson project was and needs to have a full-on comprehensive review that would include details and the work that they do as a piece of that. And then I'm here to answer any questions about the language in the role of the detail.
Okay, seeing no questions, thank you. Sorry, there you are.
Hi, I'm Angela Finke. I'm an instructional coach. Kudos to all of you for doing this every Thursday. My contacts are stuck to my eyes. Everything feels really blurry. I can't believe you guys do this every week. So kudos to all of you. All right, so looking down at 8451,
Before we get there, there is something that I need to speak to real quick. In 8433, this is about school counselors. There's a very small addition here. School counselors will not be the sole nor primary writer or paperwork manager. They're talking about 504s. That's current language. We want to add, unless they've been hired specifically for managing 504s, we have a high school that has hired a counselor specifically for that, but then they're getting pushback, somebody telling them they can't do that because of this contract language. So we want to offer this as flexible language for schools that want to hire for that situation. And that was all I needed to say, I think, except is someone going 8441. Okay, that's where I am. Great. All right.
This is this language was moved down, so it was all around the SPED mental health professionals. And we took a run at this last year, and we want to take another run, and it is extremely important. It goes around the SPED mental health providers being able to complete their mandated work, and you can't do that when you are in a building. We've set aside time. We said they have 20% of their time they should be on doing the paperwork portion, but when you are a mental health provider, you are on call. And so if there is a crisis in your building, you are constantly getting called to get a kid out from under a desk or off the playground or off of a chair while they're cussing out the class or any other numerous things that are happening. So that time is still not being able to be honored. Some schools have successfully implemented a radio protocol on where you can turn off your radio, but you feel excessively guilty for leaving everybody to man stuff when you are still in the building. So we would really like them to be able to work in an alternative district location to complete that work. So that's what that is there for.
Okay, see, I didn't even know when I was supposed to talk. Okay, great. So 8451, we accepted the recommendation to strike that because of the flexibility of the roles in the future. In the next section, the new 8451, we accepted the inclusion of the coach being on alt, which matches the language in the alt section. In 8452, we want to take another strike at putting in that we are educators and not administrators. This is really important to instructional coaches because we feel like in a lot of ways we are treated like administrators. We're invited to administrator meetings. We hold a lot of leadership roles. If you're an instructional coach like myself in an elementary school without an assistant principal, you're treated like an administrator in the building, which is great. And that's part of our job in a lot of ways. But as the flip side of that, we don't always get lunch and planning and sub-coverage pay and some of the other things that we should as educators. So we feel like adding that wording just gives it a little extra for who we are. And I don't know if precedence is a thing in negotiations, but up above in the mental health providers section, it says the same wording because I stole it from there. So we would just like it to also be included for us. Okay, next section. So just to give a little background or context on the pay section. So originally 8 and 5 had the exact same language about coaches being on a 191 and working those 6 additional days. we're farther in 5, and I think that language is a lot clearer. So we're just suggesting that we strike any of that from 8, and that now 8453 would just have that last line of coaches may provide substitute coverage for additional compensation following what's listed in 5. And then the last section, we accepted the addition of adding required for professional learning, but we'd like to add this last line that the instructional coach coordinators and other district leaders will advertise in a variety of ways which professional learning opportunities are required and which are optional. Coaches don't know what is strongly encouraged, what's optional, what's required. And so I think advertising that, whether it be cognitive coaching Saturdays or leadership launch over the summer, we need to clarify what is actually required so that everyone knows. Are there any questions?
Any questions? All right, thank you.
Then I just realized, yes, we love our coaches. Then I just realized we didn't unstrike 846 special education because underneath that, we are reinstating Appendix F. Again, I want to emphasize the fact that we do understand that at times you have to just strike language. However, it doesn't feel good. And having talked to SPED people, when you cross something out and don't work with us at the table, it sends a message, and again, I'm assuming this is unintended, that it doesn't matter. And again, we're trying to solve the problem of having 92 positions still unfilled, 29, I think, that are current by contractors. So we still have over 60 positions in special education that are currently not filled. And that's not okay. And when I talk to people and they say they're leaving and going to other districts because, well, they can see the caseloads in Boulder, they can see the caseloads and they know what they're going and getting into, we have to be able to advertise and make it desirable to come to here. So we're hoping that when you guys return this, maybe we can work on having some language that is clear but also easy to navigate, because I think we've all said it's pretty hard to find SPED caseloads and what those are. So we're going to take another shot. Thank you, guys.
There we are. We're also going to take another try at these elementary classroom ranges. As we heard tonight about the unique needs of working in a Title I school, just a few students can make a huge difference in the manageability of that caseload and the ability to connect with students and educate students to their fullest potential. And we've also heard you say that many of those class sizes are already within that range. So we feel that if they're already there, let's just put it in writing and help ensure that they stay there for the future. And then we go down to this caseload chart. And what we would like to propose is that we're going to strike 400. And we're going to say, all right, if there are more than 300 students, or if it is a Title I school, that there will be a full-time digital teacher, librarian, and instructional coach. As some of our digital teacher librarians have told me that they can be in 2 schools, both of them just under that threshold of 400, and the job's not split. They're doing the same job twice and have close to 800 students, 800 devices, 800 everything with that job. So let's bring it down to 300, make it a little more manageable, and then again, the unique needs in a Title I school, really that they need a full-time digital teacher librarian.
And I want to say, as the resident historian, it used to be 300. We put it up to 400 in the Great Recession in 2009 or 10, a long time ago. So we think it's past time to take that limit back down.
And then I think, Lisa, I'm going to turn it over to you because it starts to talk about counselors and then preschool.
Yeah, I think we have the same idea here, is that when schools divided by grade level or those facilitating part-time enrollments collaborate, and we just kind of wordsmith this a little bit. So collaborate, and counselors and administration agree upon going over these caseload numbers in the best interest of students. The agreement will be written and signed by all parties. If needed, an agreed upon stipend can be determined in collaboration with HR, with Jcea and Jeffco HR, if that needs to happen. It is recommended that AEC and Title I schools have a caseload below 250 students per counselor due to the extra support needed with these student populations. And I just want to say, I just had a grievance. It was a different situation, but putting these kind of things in writing when it's kind of outside the normal contract stuff, I think it benefits everybody, because it's very clear that we sat down and talked about it and we agreed to it.
Okay, so we're going down to 857. The maximum student load for secondary educators. So what we've added in to try to clarify was an educator must sign a form to confirm they agree. I think this is language we put back in with the class size, caseload numbers exceeding the maximum. They've completed the collaborative process with their administrator to ensure they have sufficient support. So again, we're just making sure that that we're keeping to those limits. And 859. Okay, so on this particular section, I'm not entirely sure, Richard, if you want to help me out with this.
Well, this one is very similar to the one above, where we feel that 3 preparations is normally the maximum in a high school.
So I guess, Lisa, did we agree, because there's red here that isn't highlighted, did we agree to that?
Yes and no.
Okay.
We're almost there, I think. The words "an opportunity to have" was a little mushy for our taste. So we want to say they will have a collaborative conversation, and that's your words, and that part's kind of okay. But then we want to also talk about this conversation will include a review of other schedule options and resources. And then the educator must sign a form again. This is just like above. And again, I want to just say that this is for clarity, so that we don't end up in October. Wait a minute, I didn't sign up for this. Well, yeah, you did, because we had this conversation. May don't you remember? Here's this piece of paper. And then I have preschool here. I just want to acknowledge that with universal pre-K, our world is becoming a little more complicated, and it's not all under our control here in the school district. It brings a lot of great things to preschool, but it also has a little bit of complication. We're agreeing to go back to current language, which is 1 hour planning time daily, of which 30 minutes will be scheduled within the student day, and then 30 minutes, of course, are after the student day. But I just want to say for the record that there is a problem here, and that is there is so much work to be done before and after the student day, because preschoolers have to be checked in and out. And there's a lot of work that doesn't leave a lot of time for actual planning. We do need to have some plan time so the ECIP can work with their licensed colleague. So anyway, we're agreeing to that, but just putting out in the world that we've still got some issues with preschool plan time. And then we put back, I think we put this back, if planning time or lunchtime cannot be provided, the educator will be paid the hourly rate in 17-10-4. We do have a lot of preschool teachers that are consistently not getting their plan or their lunch. And if you can't make that work because of staffing problems, then they should be compensated for that loss of plan time. And we just struck this last sentence. I believe that was partly yours and partly ours, but we just don't think that language is needed, because yes, that's what they do before and after school. And then we agreed to strike every classroom be assigned a minimum of a full-time pair, and I should put that in yellow because it was originally our language and you struck it, so we're agreeing. But we just wanted to point out that the para support provided by the ECE office will cover for planning and lunch. I hate to say it, but sometimes that para paid for by the early childhood education office doesn't always get down to preschool. So we want to make it really clear that that person needs to be dedicated to preschool because that's where the money's coming from for that. I think it's like an hour or so. And then we're going to take another run. We agreed to some of this stuff. And then another run at this. Preschool teachers will be excused from elementary school professional learning that does not apply to them. That was struck by you. These people have a lot to do, and they don't have a lot of planning time. And if they're really talking about fourth grade math, we don't think they need to be in the room. And let's see. Hang on a second. Oh, okay. I know what I did. So all this stuff crossed out down here. I just kind of rewrote it up here because this is current language. It basically says the same thing. So this is just a return to current language. And I believe this is accurate to current CDE standards. We're just pointing out that you need to start the year with a fairly small number of kids on IEPs because it will grow in preschool. There will be kids identified. And so this is current language. And that's it for preschool. And then homebound, I don't believe we had any changes to yours.
Amanda?
Just for quick clarification, the reason that we struck out the preschool will be teachers will be excused from elementary school professional learning is because we thought that we had covered that in Article 10.
Yes,
12,
I know.
7, one of them.
That occurred to me as well, but because preschool teachers are going to come here,
Sure.
we just felt we needed to call it out in this section. Because,
I'm sorry, remind me which article it is? Professional learning? 9?
I think it's in the
6?
professional
Thank you.
learning
6.
article. Yeah.
So I might just offer that maybe we reference that also just.
That may be a great counter.
Thank you.
All right. Whew. That's a lot.
If there are no questions, I do have something I'd like to say. So at the beginning of the session tonight, Michelle made a really important point that we're going to get down to really hard things and really hard conversations, and that we're going to remember to stay hard on the issues and soft on the people. And I just want to remind us that that's not just the people in this room or the people who are employed by this district, but it is our students and it is our families as well. And as we move throughout the final negotiation sessions this year, to wrap up what I believe, after 3 years of doing this, is an essential process of relationship building and striking a balance that fosters teaching and learning environments that allows for each of us, whether education support professionals, teachers, administrators, parents, students, or otherwise, to thrive. I just want to remind us that one of our most valuable resources is a positive mindset. Belief in the abilities of others has a greater effect on their success and achievement than nearly all other influences on a human being. As district leaders, we believe that everyone is doing the best they can each and every day. Whether that is the student who shows up as a ready learner and sits quietly, engaging as we expect them to each and every day, or if it's the student who can't sit longer than 30 seconds because they need to move around in order to learn. Whether it's the parent who can volunteer their time or their finances, or the parent who can get their child to school on time and pick them up on time every day. Each one of them brings value and is deserving of everything that we have to give. Sometimes at this table, we hear about challenges, frustrations, overwhelm, and we each feel it each and every day. And sometimes that can sound like students and parents are to blame, and sometimes even shamed by us. And I just want to state for the record that I don't believe anyone at this table, nor our guests, believes that the challenges our students or their families face that sometimes trickle into our classrooms, our school buildings, even our district offices, are a deficit or a detriment to our work. I believe that I can speak for both sides of this negotiations table and all of our guests, both those in the audience and those who are watching, and even those who are not watching. When I say that we as educators and public servants, we stand ready to serve students and families in Jefferson County, no matter who you are where you come from or what you need, because that's what we signed up for, no matter what. And so I just wanted to state that, because sometimes I feel like we hear things and we start getting hard on people unintentionally, and it's heard inaccurately. And so I just wanted to clear that record and know that that is never the intent at this table, nor is it the intent of our guests. And I just want to make sure that that everyone knows that, and that this table is represented well. So just wanted to share that.
Can I just say one thing? Thank you for that, Amanda. Very well said. And I appreciate your acknowledgement that the people at this table and those that have spoken definitely don't feel that way. They love their kids. They love their families they serve. I had a principal one time that said to me, or us, it was, I don't remember the context, but he goes, you know, these parents are sending us the best kids they have. And that is so true. And they love them. And even though some of them are challenging both to the teachers at school and the parents at home, they're the best kids they got.
And I would add that those parents are doing the very best that they can. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Well, shall we move on to Article 5? Okay. So Article 5, it's going to be the district echo version of this language.
For a second there, I thought Jennifer was missing, but she's just hiding behind Richard, and she will be dropping that link in there for you. And hopefully I am going to present the correct screen. Maybe. Okay. I'm not even sure what all was from last time and what all was new. So if anything is highlighted, you know that we've already agreed to it. In 5312, you again indicated that you'd like the school day to be minimized to 6 hours and 50 minutes for elementary, and middle school not to exceed 7 hours. We did make a commitment to our families that we would not change start and end times next school year, and we will uphold that commitment. At this time, we cannot agree to that language. Lots of stuff we've agreed to. TOSA positions, 5323. This one got a little messy. I'm sorry I forgot to rewrite it, but we'll read through it here. TOSA positions will have the required number of contract days included as part of their job description. Any additional days worked over the required contract days are optional. We have struck the district will provide Jcea a list of TOSA positions. Just so everyone is aware, we don't have a bunch of random contract year positions. A TOSA is either 185 or 195, and the 195s are TOSA coordinators. And from what I understand, we do provide a list of all of those at the beginning of the year. If it would be helpful for us to list the contract days next to all positions, we can certainly request that be added to the spreadsheet that is shared. TOSAs may agree upon request of an authorized administrator to work additional days over their job's required contract days and will be paid as outlined in Article 17. We have returned language that is current language in certain cases and with mutual agreement of the authorized administrator and the educator as noted above. An alternative schedule of 185 days may be created. This schedule must be reviewed and approved by Human Resources in order to not impact earnings, leaves, insurance, retirement benefits, etc. Alternative schedules will be documented by the educator and the authorized administrator. When we started rewriting this section, we realized that we were very much focused on the teachers on special assignment who work in our teaching and learning department. However, there are TOSAs across multiple departments, and we cannot write language that pigeonholes other departments or modifies the agreements that their teachers and TOSAs have with their administrators that they actually like working. And so we would like to offer that either thing can be true. Either they can work the additional days that are optional to them, or they can flex days throughout the school year if that is preferable. So we'd like to offer both of those as possibilities within the TOSA article or section. all of this has been agreed to. We moved this an instructional coach section. I think we discussed last time moving it to Article 8, and we said, why do we have to put it in both places? So I feel like that's where it landed. I can't remember 100%, but I know it's written in there. Let's see. We've agreed to all of this. Oh, in 533, we realized that this article only applied to licensed educators in school buildings. However, there are licensed educators in TOSA positions who work outside of their hours as well, attending different things, maybe even attending a school's conferences or some kind of professional learning or event that might be outside of the 40-hour work week. So we have modified this slightly. The principal and department supervisors will have the right to require that each licensed professional work up to 22.5 hours per school year outside of the 40-hour work week to enhance relationships with parents, guardians, the community, and or support the educational mission of the departments and schools. Down below, if hours remain after parent and community events are scheduled, the remaining hours may be used for other purposes to further the educational mission of the school or department. We've already agreed to a lot of the language down below. We did add educators that are assigned to more than one location will divide their 22.5 hours based on their job assignment and develop schedules for their 22.5 hours in collaboration with their supervisors. Sorry, I think we have the and there, and maybe a with the, annually before the end of August. The annual meeting sounded weird, and so I just put annually before the end of August. So just some minor modifications. In 534, regarding non-contact days, we've agreed to a lot of it. We would like to propose 14 days, which is what our pre-K-8 schools currently have. There will be a minimum of 14 district-wide non-contact days that will be used for educator-directed professional learning activities, educator-directed plan time, and district or building-directed professional learning. We, haven't changed anything in those two sentences. Of the scheduled non-contact days, 5 days will be scheduled before the start of the school year, and at least 2 days immediately after winter break in January, and 1 day after spring break. I crossed out in March or April because that's typically a given. I don't think we're planning to move spring break to February, but I'll let you know. The remaining 6 days will be scheduled throughout the school year with a priority toward the end of greeting periods. And then you already have agreed to this language. In the last sentence, we modified this slightly. Again, we would like to go back to, because of the additional days, we'd like to go back to 50-50, which is what our typical practice has been. It hasn't been written into the contract for a few years, and I feel like administrators have not abused it and have been very thoughtful when scheduling with their ALTs or previously their BLTs, ILTs, whatever they called them in their buildings, to really honor the time that teachers need to work collaboratively and independently on those days as well. So I do not believe that this is something that is being abused, nor do I believe it's something that will be abused. Let's see. I don't know why this isn't highlighted, but we've discussed that we're not able to enter into a 2-hour early release. We do want to honor some of the responses that we received from the calendar and scheduling survey that we gave this year. In 536, we have switched back to 225 minutes with, again, the additional 30 minutes still in there at the bottom that are scheduled within the work week. This time is in a minimum of 30-minute blocks. Unfortunately, in some situations, it may be impossible to schedule 45-minute blocks, and yet we know that that is typical practice and happens the majority of the time. But when it can't happen, we don't want it to spark a grievance. That's not our intent. Our intent is to allow flexibility for OLTs to schedule the time as they are able. Special educators will receive at least 300 minutes, which is approximately 60 minutes a day. I'll tell you if I was a special educator how I would divide it up. 300 minutes each week allocated by the OLT for uninterrupted, individually directed planning time, which may also include student observation, assessment, and evaluation writing. And I put those things in there just to stamp that that's what that extra time or any of that time might be used for, because that's what you told me that you use it for. Also, if I were a special educator in my perfect world, I would actually schedule myself for 4 full hours on a Friday afternoon to do all of my planning and assessing and evaluating. And then I would ask for 30 minutes each every other day, which also still isn't enough, but that's how I would do it. I just feel like that huge chunk of time would be so helpful to be able to like get kids in and out and write reports without being interrupted, hopefully. In 5361, we've agreed, you've agreed rather, to all of that language. Same thing with 537. 538 is all agreed to. In 539, with regard to we felt like this was already covered, that we will, it's up above somewhere. It talks about, this is redundant. So the OLT will establish a coverage protocol for the absence of a staff member in a manner equitably distributed among all educators. We do have that here, and we know that the reason that you had previously added, or that you had indicated you added it in, was to ensure that that included both licensed classroom teachers and paraeducators. And we felt as though that particular article, like, it outlines that it is for unfilled guest teachers and, in the absence of a staff member, educators requested by an authorized administrator. So the expectation is that they would be part of that coverage plan. We agreed to the OLT. And again, I'm sorry, but I cannot direct administrators how to spend their time as part of the JCEA bargaining agreement. While there are things in here that tell administrators how to operate their building, I cannot tell a building of administrators that they need to go and guest teach. That doesn't mean I don't think that it is a great experience and an important experience and a demonstration of support and fulfilling a huge need. I'm willing to do it myself. I cannot speak for all of my colleagues, as their schedules don't always allow it. And mine maybe might 1 or 2 days a year or month. Who knows? That is it.
Okay. Thank you. I'll open it up to questions. And I think some of my teammates I can't see if a card is up. But while I'm waiting really quickly, I just have a question about 5311. And it's just a wondering, really, because I know that we had a day where we had a lot of stuff. There was like a bunch of like PLC time that had been planned on a day. And we did get somebody that came out from this building, I think. So do you know who does that, when, and how? Like, how does that work?
So the school leadership office employs full-time school leadership substitutes. And anytime an administrator, so our administrative assistants in the community superintendent's office, Helen and Sarah, they manage this group of people. I'm sorry, I can't remember how many there are right now, maybe 6. And so they're full-time. They are deployed to high-need schools if they have a sub cancel, if they have multiple shortages. The principal usually texts their community superintendent in the morning, or me or Dave, and we text Helen and Sarah, and they deploy them out kind of on a first-come, first-serve, high needs potentially basis. Mm-hmm. Oftentimes we send them to center-based programs. We send them to Title I schools, or we send them to schools that have a large quantity of teachers out.
Okay, so they're just like kind of every day they're available for that purpose.
And they're full-time. So even if they aren't assigned somewhere, we send them somewhere to provide additional support.
Oh, okay.
So for example, in the event a paraeducator is out and we don't have any other licensed teacher positions for them to go to, we might send them to be an ECIP, a paraeducator, or otherwise.
Okay, that's great to know. Thank you. But then also, could somebody in the Ed Center, like, let's just say somebody said, I want to go see what's going on in the school. You could pick up a sub job, let's say, if you had a license to do
I mean, if we had the ability to pull the, especially on the high needs days, right? When you think about Fridays,
Yeah.
If we had that ability to see what's open and unfilled, or even if administrators were able to notify community superintendents, we could certainly put something out that said, if any administrator has their schedule open. During COVID, as you all know, we had the rotation schedule where like one day a week, all these administrators were available because of the high number of absences. And so it is possible when administrators are able that they could volunteer to go out into a classroom. Just so you know, we don't get paid extra to do that. It's not something that we are trying to like gain. I don't want you to think that.
No, I do think it's kind of a cool experience to have.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, and also just to maybe, I want to go see what the school's like. And, so I just want to make sure that we are encouraging, that.
Absolutely. As a community superintendent, if I had a free schedule and I was going to the Columbine area, for example, and I had a school that had a 5th grade teacher out all day, I would go sub for half the day or the whole day if necessary. So we do try every, when we can, to lean in and support.
Okay. Thank you. Rob, and then Stephanie, and then Anthea, and then Kendra, and then Dale.
Yeah, could I just get a clarification? In 539, you struck that language and said it was somewhere else. Where?
Jennifer, do you see it?
Because I was not aware of it anywhere else. And, this is an issue that every few weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, I substitute a class, usually on, very short notice. It's like, oh, you need to schedule it, in 2 hours you need to do that, which means I need to put aside everything I planned to do at that point and rush to, cover that class.
I know it's in here twice. I just got to find it.
Okay.
Here it
Are you
is.
talking about just the protocol?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So if you go 2
there it is.
paragraphs down, it says the OLT will establish a guest teacher and paraeducator coverage schedule in a manner equitably distributed among all educators.
Thank you. I'm sorry. We did add paraeducator down here, and I completely missed that.
Right. So we've already agreed to most of that, but we added paraeducator to capture what you were trying to capture above, so that it's not 2 sentences saying the same thing.
Okay. Thank you. And I will add, in reference to 5311, as I just said, every few weeks I am covering a class. And I think it would be really good optics if people at the Ed Center did the same. And like Michelle said, I think it would be really enlightening. And they get a really good experience out of it and see what's really going on in the buildings. And then you can hear, you can see firsthand a lot of the things that have been talked about at this table. So I think it's incredibly valuable. I've actually learned, some of the things I've seen have been really amazing, and I've seen amazing educators and kids do amazing things in some of these classes that I've covered. So it's really been eye-opening, but sometimes incredibly inconvenient if I, have a lab to set up and papers to grade, and it's like, oh, you need to cover this block class. It can be really inconvenient, and I realize that, but it can be really enlightening. I think it would be really enlightening for you guys, and I think it would also really help build a little bit of trust, because I think that's in maybe not the best place it's been at this point in the district. So, if we saw effort coming, folks in this building going out, seeing the various schools and the cool stuff that goes on in those schools, I think it would be enriching for everyone, including the students.
Thank you, Rob. Stephanie, I think you were next. After that, I forgot.
Speaking order. She called on all of us. Yeah, I'm just echoing everything, especially to the 5311. Totally understand not being able to dictate in a Jcea contract what should be happening for centrally based admin. But I would say when I became a TOSA, I made it my goal to be in schools as much as possible. And one of the things I did was office out of a school. So I found a building that had space, and I just went there and held my meetings and Zoomed in and did all the things and all my paperwork. And then I'd show up and I and I would just check in and say, what do you need today? And let's see what I can provide and what I can't. And I'm not saying all TOSA should do this, so please hear me, but I really wanted to help break down that ed center, us versus them. And the messaging I heard a lot from people at the Ed Center was, wow, that's a great idea. I've never thought of that. So I think the more that we can really put ourselves out there, the better off we'll be to really help support and be able to do all those things. So Amanda, I really appreciate the fact that you're like, I will figure that out. And I think really making time to do that, because it's easy to get busy and be like, oh, I've got to get this done and this done and this done. But I think you could schedule, I'm not saying you, but it could be scheduled out. Like, I'm just this day, once a month, I'm going to be in a building and I'll office out of there. Makes all the difference in the world.
Thanks, Cynthia. Kendra, either order. Okay. Perfect.
Maybe. Mine's not that same one we've been talking about. Mine was just going back to 5342. I was remembering why it wasn't highlighted, and so I thought I would just elevate that. And I think it was because that was the weekly 2-hour release. And we heard why that wasn't possible this year. And so I think we were just waiting to see where we landed in 534 with the days. So it's nice to see that we're, trying to work and reach that sweet spot with those non-contact days. So thank you.
Thanks, Kendra. I thought that was true, but I appreciate you validating that.
And so I may have missed it, but I did go back to our Delta just to make sure. 5321, you did cross off SPED, but it was highlighted. So that's
Thank you.
right, because it was not in ours that we had put it back as blue. So
You're right. It should not have been highlighted. This was our.
I was like, I know we didn't.
So we do have some language in 26 that addresses some additional time for special educators that we will bring up. But at this time, we are not in the position to increase to a 195-day contract. Excuse me.
Okay, so I just want to speak to that really quickly. And again, we can talk through it because I know SPED's coming, but we currently have 3 days. It sounds like those 3 days are used and not used. And we kind of talked about it, Maria, like what's the problem we're trying to solve. And, I think when we're talking about, we know everyone does work outside the 40-hour work week. Our intention with this is that we are trying to provide our special education providers with compensation for the time that they are working outside of the contract, which is that 40-hour work week. So since we already have those 3 days, we give 3 more, and that's 6 days. And so 2 of them might be used before for transitions. But overall, it's because those meetings, we're doing paperwork on weekends. We were trying to, again, entice people to come to our district, while also paying people for the work that they're doing. So that's where that came from. And since we already had the 3, we were just seeing it as 3 more in addition to what we're already having, trying to solve that problem of you have to have it before the year, you have to do this. Are we even getting paid? Is everyone using it? So that it's equitable, everyone's getting it regardless.
And I apologize. I had originally unhighlighted this in 5321, but you're actually referring to 5322. And so we did not have that highlighted, and I apologize. I missed that.
No, and thank you for correcting me, because it was there twice, and then I was like,
no worries.
So many colors that I can't see. Thank you. Yes, 522.
I'm just going to piggyback on what Rob and Stephanie said on 539, 5311 about covering a class. Certainly understand there's a sub shortage. In my building today, we had 18 teachers who were out for whatever reason, and we had 8 classes that were uncovered. So they obviously need to be covered. I'm hoping in the OLT, when they're doing the sub-rotation, that administrators, building administrators, are included in that. And I understand we can't say in our contract what building administrators can and cannot do, but I do know the district in your contract with JCAA could put that in. And I think that would really be really good if the district did that in JCAA's contract to put that in. And I know a couple of, I can't remember, last session this was brought up. There was one of the reasons why we can't pull people out of the Ed Center or have building principals be a regular person in the classroom, be a regular sub, is because their work just wouldn't get done, because obviously they're doing this and not here or in their office doing work. I would also like to point out that teachers have work that they need to get done, and that work is done during their planning time. And if they're covering classes, their work is not being done.
Just two quick things. JCAA does not have a contract. We are not a union, nor do we negotiate. We are at-will employees. And the second thing is, I know multiple principals who sub all day long and do their work on their couch from 3 p.m., 4 p.m., whatever time they arrive home, until 9, 10, 11, just like every other educator in this room does, and myself included, to the detriment of, spending time with my husband.
Could I also add, I think, sorry, I forgot my name tag, Richard. I didn't get a sticker, for the record. I think I would also add that in any of those situations, like the one you're mentioning, Dale, with 18 teachers out, that also, puts that work on that building administrator and the other administrators that support that building in terms of how do we support that building? How do we support the additional discipline and situations might arise from that building? How do we provide the coverage? So I think, again, everyone on the team, including people in this building, and again, most of my job, I'm in buildings every day, passing other people from the Ed Center that are also coming and going to those buildings to support the teaching and learning that's happening every day, including the vacancies that we might have. So I think that's just an important point to raise up.
Dale, let me take you down a little journey here. 4 years ago, when I was a baby AR at North Arvada Middle School, this was one of my first things that I tried to do, was create a sub list of a protocol of who was subs. And so we had at the very top of that our administrators. And North Arvada too. At the very top of that list was our administrators. And they never filled in for any classes. It always came down, I think below that we had administrators, and then we had counselors, and then we had, it was tiered like that. Administrators never filled in because, well, why? Administrators are dealing with behavior problems, discipline problems all throughout the day. So if you're going to ask your principal, AP, dean of students to step into a classroom, you're absolutely crazy, because there's other things happening within that, and they see that as more important. Okay, well, then this goes down to the counselors. Well, the counselors also have a walkie-talkie, so they're also de-escalating students as well. So where do we end up at? We end up with the teachers. We're the ones that take on the load with, and that caused burnout. So that's how that's going to go. If we want to create a list, to me, the list means nothing, because it's not going to be followed. And yes, and I'm not speaking for all administrators, but administrators are super, super busy as well. So.
Okay. Any other comments on 5? All right. Well, we thank you for that, and we'll work on that sometime before tomorrow. We'll have to see.
So just so you know, with 15 minutes left, there's no way we're going to get through 26.
Got it.
I mean, we could get through it, but there's no way we could ask questions.
What about 12 or 15 or 16?
100%, yeah.
One of them?
4.2 seconds.
Great.
Are we getting a comp offer today?
Maria, you okay with that? Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize if any of you are special educators in the room waiting for this language. We invite you to join us back here tomorrow. We will, do that as soon as possible. Okay. Sounds good.
Just as a quick interruption, are we getting a compensation offer today?
I can certainly, it will take me 7 minutes. So I think we could get to a TA on 15 potentially. So if we skip down to 15, there's literally very few.
We could just bargain all night.
We could.
You just stay here and through
Didn't I say
tomorrow
we
at
were
7
going to
p.m.
stay all the way through,
Just
roll on
saying.
through to tomorrow?
There are no showers here that I'm aware of, but
There's sinks. It's fine.
I just want to jump in and apologize for anybody that was here for 26 specifically or for special education specifically. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Okay, Article 15. The only language that we had proposed was 15.5. All current employees may apply and be considered for jobs which open during the school year. Don't feel like it belongs there, so we've addressed it in Article 12, which I will present tomorrow. So that
I'm sorry, I wasn't presenting. Did everyone access it? I'm sorry.
Everything else had been highlighted and agreed to. That was the only language. And we've moved that specific language to Article 12 and addressed it there.
Yes, that's my job. Sorry. If you are in agreement with this language and ready to TA, put your thumb up. Oh,
I mean, that
Rob.
was really like 4.2 seconds. Uh-oh.
Wait,
Rob.
I'm not ready to. I want to see 12 before I agree to this language.
Well, we cut and paste this exact language in 12 and proposed our pieces to that.
Only because we feel like it doesn't belong
It's
in
not in
temporary
it.
context.
I'm not debating where it. I don't want to approve this until I see how it reads in 12.
Even if we took this exact sentence, it would belong in 12. You know what I mean? Like,
Rob, here's what.
Rob, I know you're a scientist,
It does, yeah.
but I think it's okay. And
here's
I'm
the
a
thing.
skeptic.
We could always add it back into 12, Rob, if it's not there.
It is, I promise.
Is that gonna be okay? Because we can always add it into 12
Okay,
with the stipulation, Rob. With the stipulation that we can add it into 12.
I go this way.
It is now recorded and on the record.
All right. Fantastic. Okay. Moving on. We have TA'd another article. Very exciting. Yes. Woo! All right. So with 11, didn't I say 850? I'm pretty sure I said 850. I called it. So let's do comp. Kids.
We did get new chairs. Thank you for whoever bought new chairs. They're actually not bad. Not bad. Thank you for the new chairs. Right? Me too. Me too. Okay, so Jennifer is going to link in. It's a simple slide, same as last time, only with some
Putting
slightly
that
different.
in the Articles 17 red line, is that where it goes?
No.
Because we don't have I don't think we have a comp folder.
I think that's where we put the original.
I'm pretty sure we did.
Because in 17 also is budget information.
All right, I'm going to move it to 17.
Yeah.
I heard you say you couldn't be here at a certain point tomorrow, so I just want to clarify because people are asking like when that, so just so they can make arrangements to try and be here. So I wanted to point of clarification before we just about sped. People are asking.
I don't know what the proposed agenda is for tomorrow necessarily, but I will have to leave from 1:30 to 3:30 and then I'll be back. Or 1:30? Yeah, 1:30. So I can either do it right at the beginning or a little bit later in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I can do
Let's
it
do
after.
later, better. Yeah. I'm with you. Okay. 'Cause what do you want to do on a Friday? You want to hang out at the Ed Center. Yeah, happy hour.
Okay. So once again, I want to emphasize that we as a district value compensation, and we value it for all educators and all of our employee groups. Although we do acknowledge and appreciate the fact that each educator, especially those in unique situations, do something very different. At this time, I don't have the costs for all of the different stipends, and so I have requested those costs, and I can let you know at a later time if we are able to build in any of those costs. But at this time, I have not been able to build any of those additional stipends, of course, because we just received that proposal this evening. But I don't want you to think that I haven't taken those into consideration. I've already reached out to our human resources compensation queen, Laura, to request those costs. And so we will bring those back to you so that you are aware of how much that ask is, and we can, move forward with all having that same information. So at this time, and again, with the emphasis on compensation for all employees, our current, this is last time's?
This looks like.
Well, let's just review last time's for a quick.
I was like, is this the same thing?
No, I am so sorry. Please do not. So as you may recall, last time, we offered steps, lanes, and a 3% COLA, and an additional $25 per month, 191-day contract for instructional coaches. You are going to see this number looks different. Right now, it's on this proposal, it's $349,000. You're going to see that different on the next proposal, and that is because it builds in steps, lanes, and benefits Medicare, Medicare para. We only had part of that included in this $349,000. So I do apologize for that slight change. It's about a $70,000 difference. And then we do have some proposal for activities, coaches and activities funding, not the actual, what it's actually going to look like. So I believe that Jennifer has gotten. I'm really sorry. That was not my attempt at levity or joking. I do not feel as though compensation is a joke. And so Jennifer's got the correct one linked. You'll notice that I do date these. So that is April 25th on this date. And it does say V2, version 2. I just thought I'd change it up a little bit. So in this compensation proposal, you'll see that we have our offer of steps and lanes plus a 4% COLA, which is a $27.2 million investment into our licensed teachers, as well as coaches, sponsors, and guest teachers. That COLA is included for them, as well as steps. We do have the 191-day contract costed at $420,000. Again, that includes para and Medicare, as well as steps and the COLA. Coaches and activity sponsors. We acknowledge and desire to invest in our coaches and activity sponsors. We feel as though we should do so in a responsible way and a thoughtful way with regard to our revenue and our ability to dedicate general funds to this. We'd like to suggest and propose a 3-year rollout. So approximately $1 million each year over 3 years to get to exactly what the committee has proposed. We do honor that and appreciate that. The total salary increase in just for the JCEA bargaining unit, including these things, is $28.6 million. We did separate out benefits into that total. And the reason we did that is because, as I told you last week, right now that includes all employee groups. It would take some work to pull out each employee group. And we believe that our employees deserve to have benefits that are equally paid by each negotiating or rather bargaining unit. And so at this time, we are increasing our benefits contribution offer to an additional $50 per month, which is an additional $600 per year. And that does, as we have figured in the percent of increase, cover approximately 80%, and that's an average 80% of the increased costs for plans outside of the individual plan that is 100% cost covered. So again, that's approximately an 80% coverage of the increase in costs. So that's $4.2 million. So as a reminder, when Brenna came, she projected our increase in revenue at $32 million from the state and other funding sources. This proposal is $32.8 million, and this is solely JCEA plus, again, benefits and medical coverage for the other two employee groups. So again, we want to invest in you as our JCEA bargaining unit. We also want to invest in JESPA and JCAA. However, we acknowledge and recognize that we are going to have to use additional funding, such as fund balance, to cover some of these costs. And unfortunately, some of them are ongoing costs, so we're going to have to make some adjustments to our budget moving forward. But at this time, this is our current offer.
Rob?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. One was in the back committee, we've had a lot of discussion about the fact that we've essentially priced families out of the district planning. And I do definitely appreciate that you are talking about investing $4.2 million of benefits in here, which is an increase from last time. So I appreciate that increase. But it does not address the need that the back committee has been discussing of families have a huge cost for covering the families. This, is really good for individual employees, but it doesn't really get at the root of the problem for the families. Is there a reason why you're not addressing that problem that has been identified?
I don't have a specific reason why. I will tell you, we're not sitting in a back room discussing who should benefit more than others. We feel as though employees are able to make decisions. We don't want them to have to make decisions to take their families off of plans or not insure their families. That's certainly important to us. And again, as we go to RFP for our healthcare benefits, our hope is to find more competitive pricing in the market as far as who's offering our healthcare insurance, whether that is for individuals, individual plus dependent, individual plus family, as we go into that RFP this coming year. So it is important to us, Rob. I don't want you to think that it's not. And it is something that we need to continue to explore, I acknowledge.
Because, the sense I'm getting is you're never going to go for different levels of
a percentage-based model.
Coverage. I'm just getting the sense that no matter what we do, even though the back committee universally, unanimously said that should be what is happening, it seems like the powers that be at the district are straight no. Am I accurate in that?
I would say that at this time for the FY25, we are not able to move to a percentage-based model. However, I'm not saying that in the future that is not a possibility. I do believe that is a possibility that needs to be explored further with more than just that one committee. There are other systems and structures in the building, whether they be financial or payroll systems, that need to have an opportunity to be part of that conversation. Not necessarily to agree on the amount, but to agree on the rollout process on the technical side.
Okay. And another question I had was, do you know what the general instruction budget, given this level, would be for next year?
I do not. I'd have to run the numbers with Brenna.
And I guess what I'm getting at here is, and again, there isn't yet a published third quarter report that's available to me. I mean, Brenna might have it, but I have not seen one. The information that I have, though, had this current year's budget was $431 million, and we're just talking general instruction. I'm not talking special instruction. I'm not talking, any of the instructional support, things like that. but 431.2 million. The state is getting 4.2 or something percent more, and if you just go with 4% more money, that would mean that general instruction, if you just don't even consider it a priority, because I think, my slideshow last week showed that last year Jcea was not a priority of this, of the funding of the district. Hopefully that changes, and it is this year. I sincerely hope that what you've been saying, turns out to be true. But if we just go with a straight percentage of, we get 4% more funding, that raises up to about $448 million for general instruction. Okay. If you look at the amount that's actually been spent, and this isn't budgeted, this is how much money has actually been used in the budget. Halfway through the year, it was 197 million. If we kind of round up and double it, you get about 400 million, which means that, by my just rough calculations on a little sheet of paper here, I'm getting about $48 million between what's being spent currently, and if you add that 4% in, what should be allocated for general instruction. That's $48 million, which to me is a bigger number than the 28 million here. And so I
understand.
My math shows there's more money available, and I think that if there is truly a desire to make Jeffco competitive and to pay the teachers in Jeffco comparable to what teachers are being paid in other districts around us, I think there's $20 more million to allocate to teachers without doing deficit spending, just spending money that's there and saying, no, we're not going to raise the reserves by 20 million next year. We're going to keep it at the same amount instead of raising it by $20 million. I think we have the money.
Thank you, Rob. I appreciate that. I understand your simple math that you just shared. And I would encourage us all to take a look back at previous, Q2 reports and end of year reports. Simply multiplying Q2 by 2 doesn't always result in
it's rough,
Q4 spending, right?
Last year was pretty close.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there are things that happen in the spring. Some of a lot more of our spending does occur in the spring, simply because purchase orders have to be completed by a certain date. So that is part of general instruction. Our payouts, of course, happen at the end of the year. So I wish it were as simple as simply multiplying it by 2, and there are some other complications in that.
No, I get it, but my point is, I think there's more money.
Okay.
And yeah.
Thank you.
Lisa?
I want to go back to benefits for just 1 second. I just want to say this for the record, because about the benefit piece and the family piece that Rob alluded to. We know the majority of people just take single coverage, but we don't really know how many of those people would take like employee plus children. And I want everybody, all employees, to understand that even if you don't need family coverage, it benefits everyone if more children are in our plan, because kids are cheap. They're healthy, generally speaking, and unlike old people like me. And so I just want everybody to know that when we're talking about putting more money towards family coverage so that we can have more kids insured, it does benefit everyone. And it also means that we have employees whose kids are not insured at all. And I just want to say that for the record. So thanks.
Dale?
Does this include equalizing lane 5 and 6 from 2% to 4%?
Thank you for asking that, Dale. I actually apologize that I did not. There were a couple of things that you had mentioned in your proposal that I failed to address. And the first one is that currently that does not include that increase from 2% to 4% from lane 5 to lane 6. That remains at 2%. The other thing that I did not address, and I apologize, is that we do, while we do have an interest in a multi-year agreement, because of the unstable funding formula at the state, we do not feel as though we can agree to a set steps, lanes, and percentage of increase for multi-years. And we do believe that, unfortunately, due to that unstable revenue and possibilities that change at the state, we will have to come back to the table to negotiate compensation again next year and year over year until potentially that the buy down of the budget stabilization factor begins to stabilize the entire state funding formula. That would be our hope in the future. Lisa has more good news.
No. I want to let everyone know that there is a bill in the legislature that everyone needs to know about and write, call, scream at your legislator. It is to redo the funding formula. My personal opinion, and many of us have an opinion, you do not rewrite a school funding formula without new money.
Yeah.
Because you will have districts that win and districts that lose, and we will lose. And there's also something in there for a study for what the terminology is used as backpack funding is basically it's vouchers. It's the ability of people to take public tax dollars to put their kids in private schools. And what happens when that happens is the private schools raise their tuition, and you still have the people that can afford it there, and people that can't afford it can't go there. But anyway, it's a subsidy for the rich. So anyway, it's very important everybody know about that. CEA sent out stuff about it, asked people to write their legislator, and I know most people are probably asleep right now, but it's really important, and we need to really yell at these people.
Thank you. I think that's it.
I do want to apologize for going overtime.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when we get down to the end here, this is what happens. So, I mean, it's not what we're trying to do, but it is also what happens. And so as we're finishing up here, hopefully everybody's looking over the notes from this evening session. And I want to thank everybody for your time tonight. I want to thank those that came to speak. And I also want to just acknowledge your comments earlier, Amanda. I hope that it wasn't anybody's intent, I don't think, to make anybody feel bad. I think we're just shining a light on, these are issues that are apparent and that it's nobody's fault, but, together we have to find a way to solve them. And, and also I heard a lot of things mentioned tonight where we're wearing ourselves out, from administrators all the way down to our students. We're all worn out. And so I think that it's our responsibility too, to leave this place better than how we found it and make it a career that people can come into and stay. So thank you for that. And when you're done looking at the notes, we'll give a thumbs up. And for everybody that is still watching, we'll be back at the table tomorrow at 1 p.m. here at the Ed Center. It will be live streamed. We're going till 7 o'clock. We're going to see what we can get done. And then after that, our next bargaining session will be the following Saturday. So just in terms of, I've already started an agenda for tomorrow, just FYI. And it looks like our schedule will be something, again, I apologize for how we had a schedule tonight that didn't exactly get followed. And again, like you said, Maria, I apologize to those that were here and we didn't get to some things. So we will get there tomorrow. So 16, 12, 13, 23, which is remote learning. Sorry, 13 is leaves. And then I think we're going to get to 25, which was the nurse language at 2, and then 26 special ed language after 4 p.m. So that Maria can be here. And then tentatively also Article 24 for AMP educators. Rob?
Can I just ask, my understanding was the meeting was here tomorrow. The summary says it's going to be at Jcea. So
well, then let's fix that. It did get changed.
Sure.
It was originally at Jcea, and then it got changed to the Ed Center. So
I
yes,
just wanted to be sure that it is here. Okay.
Yes, fix that.
I want to apologize. Mike won't be here tomorrow, and so he's been working with Kayla and JVA on 23. So we'd like to hold 23 until next Saturday.
Until next Saturday.
I apologize.
Okay.
But then also, I wanted to acknowledge and appreciate the preschool educators who were willing to move from this room tomorrow afternoon to a different room. So I do apologize for them having to move their professional learning, but they were willing to do so that we could be here and live stream. So don't worry, they still have a good space. They're in 4E. So thank you.
All right, we're out.